Just a bit more. Tiny bit more. Couple more days. Couple more study sessions. Okay. Machine's going on. Let's log in. Let's lock in. Let's lock in. We put in RBCs in a hypotonic solution. We got the osmosis inside the RBCs causing the freaking hemolysis. There's certain hemoglobin here. Okay. More fragile versus when placed in a hypotonic saline. Hemolysis begins at about 0.48% saline and is complete at 0.36% saline. Oh no! 0.48 शुरू होती है 0.48 and it ends complete at 0.36. So I just gotta remember those two numbers: 4836, 4836, 4836. Healthy RBCs do not hemolyze in solution of 0.5% saline and above. 0.64 saline. Complete hemolysis about 0.44. Oh crap. So it begins at 0.46, ends at around 0.36. 48, ends at around 0.36. 64 to 44. 64, 44, 48, 36. Requirement: test tube rack, 12 clean, blah blah blah. Mark glass chomper, sterile swabs, looking ass. The extent of hemolysis will be judged visually from the intensity of the color of the supernatant. Normal saline, distilled water will act as controls for no hemolysis. No hemolysis and complete motor respect just due that no hemolysis or less hemolysis occur, the RBC will settle down from red dot. Leaving the saline clear or red tinged. The Asian will be independent. Do the same drop after thorough rinsing each time for measuring saline. Do not shake the test tube vigorously, otherwise this will cause mechanical hemolysis. Test tube should be left undisturbed for 1 hour before making the observations. We can't just freaking start shaking it, or it's just gonna just hemolyze it. Undisturbed for 1 hour before making observation. In patients, the fragility of RBCs is always checked against normal sample of blood. Alright. How easily the RBCs burst. Hemolysis, breaking, rupture. Okay, this is some freaking English test or something. Define osmosis and osmotic pressure. Osmosis is movement of water from low solid to high. Osmotic pressure is the pressure needed to stop osmosis. Okay. How much osmotic pressure is exerted by the blood? 55 millimeter. Oh my goodness. How do RBCs behave in hypotonic and hypertonic? Hypotonic so that they may burst, hypertonic they may crenate. What is the clinical significance of doing a fragility test? Helps diagnose okay. Brother, this shit is kinda easy. Next one. Uh-oh. Oh, this shit might be kinda easy now, I'm not gonna lie. Hemoglobin is a conjugated protein. Yeah, I already know all of this. Oh my goodness, I'm getting excited. Of blood is almost always estimated as part of routine hematological blah blah blah. Especially in all types of anemia. It's part of routine methodology. Methods of measurement. Oh no, there's a lot of methods. I remember this was asked about all these methods, right? Sally's method, acid Hemeton method, San methemoglobin. Oh my goodness. Haldane's method would probably be related to carbon dioxide. Oxyhemoglobin method. Sally's acid Hemeton method. Hemoglobin is converted by N10 hydrochloric acid into brown colored hemeton. Ah. Hemoglobin is converted to brown colored hemeton. The intensity of the color is the amount of acid hemeton, which depends on the hemoglobin concentration. The color of the solution is matched against golden brown tinted grams by direct vision. The value estimated is in gram per deciliter. Sally's hemoglobin with a dilating tube. That's what practicals we actually have to do it. Yo, the stuff like what were the practicals that you actually had to perform? Like, cause there's stuff like what Sally's acid hemeton method. I don't think you guys like actually performed that. What is the actual thing you guys performed? I'm guessing maybe the respiratory examination and obviously spirometry and microscope charging. Is that it? Like, what else? I think I also saw radial pulse examination. Are those the only four things people are being asked about? And scatter and resolution. Sally's acid hemeton method. The hydrochloric acid reacts with hemoglobin, converts it into hemeton, which is brown colored complex. The darker the brown is, the more the hemoglobin concentration and gram per deciliter. Like, do I need to waste my time in knowing the procedure of stuff which isn't gonna come? Like the Sally's thing, do I need to know the procedure? Because I know what's gonna happen. Like hemeton, we gotta know that it's dark brown. The darker the brown, the more the hemoglobin. But do I gotta know like how do I have to do it? Are they gonna ask me how to perform it, just verbally even?
एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग कुछ भी करवा सकते हैं। मैंने आरबीसी काउंटिंग में वो चार्ज किया था न्यूबार चेम्बर, फिर मैंने पीईएफआर करवाया, फिर रेडियल पल्स आया, फिर हार्ट ऑस्कल्टेशन आया, फिर वो हीमाटोक्रिट वगैरह वो रीडिंग चेक करवाई कि क्या है रीडिंग हीमाटोक्रिट की, यू नो।
Like, do I need to waste my time in knowing the procedure of stuff which isn't gonna come? Like this Sally's thing, do I need to know the procedure? Because I know what's gonna happen. Like hemoglobin, we gotta know that it's dark brown. The darker the brown, the more the hemoglobin. But do I gotta know like how do I have to do it? Are they gonna ask me how to perform it, just verbally even? Look, let's have a look. Do I need to waste my time in knowing? Place 80 drops of 0.1 and HCl in the bottom of the graduated tube or up. Prick your finger with the help of disposable blood. What song is Pippin? Sally's Pipette.
ليكن حبك للأرض مداد للأرض مداد قلم أنت فكم عبرت عنا وبنيت المجد أطوادا شداد أطوادا شداد أنت يا ملهم شعب أن يبروا عشت كم حققت للشعب مراد للشعب مراد ليكن يومك للشعب ودادا ليكن حبك للأرض مداد قلم أنت فكم عبرت عنها وبنيت المجد أطوادا شداد أنت يا ملهم شعب أن يبروا عشت كم حققت للشعب مراد زايد الخيرات سل عنه شمالا وجنوبا ونجودا
How do you perform? What is this?
أشتات أنت مذ عرفناك تحب القوم جمعا لا فرادا زايد الخيرات سل عنه شمالا وجنوبا ونجودا ووهادا
Hemoglobin, abbreviated as Hd or HGD, is the main constituent of our simplified representation of a yellow-colored gram-percent tiny. The Sahali's method of estimating Sahali's hemoglobin finger hemoglobin tube small, or from a sample 0.1 normal hydrochloric acid, distilled water, blood sample either from a pricked finger or from a sample drawn from the vein and stored in a tube containing an anticoagulant, cotton and rubbing alcohol. Fill the hemoglobin tube till the 2 gram% mark with 0.1 normal hydrochloric acid. Using the hemoglobin pipette, draw the blood sample up to the 20 mark.
أنت يا ملهم شعب أن يبروا عشت كم حققت للشعب مراد
Hemoglobin pipette. Okay. What we suck with? We fill that with what? 8 to 10 drops. 20% scale.
Transfer this drawn sample to the tube containing hydrochloric acid and stir the contents for 5 to 15 minutes. Acid is drawn. Transfer this drawn sample to the tube containing hydrochloric acid and stir the contents for 5 to 15 minutes. Now, position the tube in between the color comparison tubes. Add distilled water dropwise to the tube while stirring the contents after addition of each drop. Keep adding the distilled
What are the standard plates in the comparison? In this one is tube.
distilled water until that point when the color in the hemoglobin tube matches with those of the color comparison tubes.
Alright.
Once a match is obtained, read the lower meniscus of the fluid on the gram% side of the tube. This reading reflects the hemoglobin content in grams per 100 milliliters or a deciliter of blood. If hemoglobin is less than 2 gram%, take double the quantity of blood. Hemoglobin gram% side. estimate the tubes per gram milliliters or deciliter of blood and divide the result by a factor gram percent liters or deciliter of blood. If hemoglobin is less than 2 gram percent, take double the quantity of blood and divide the result by a factor of 2. If hemoglobin concentration equals high hemoglobin is caused by diseases such as carbon.
This is kind of easy, I'm not even gonna lie. That is kind of easy. فقير في الحياة من الصحاب ومن يأمنك يا دنيا الدواهي تدوسين المصاحب في التراب وأعجب من مريدك وهو يدري بأنك في الورى. Okay, this is the Salih's method, Salih-Hamilton method, then we have Sayana. Cyan methemoglobin method, all forms of hemoglobin present in blood are converted into single stable compound cyan methemoglobin. Example of blood is treated with solution of potassium. The amount of blood absorbed is compared with the standard. Cyanomethemoglobin, Haldane's carboxyhemoglobin method. We have oxyhemoglobin method, Haldane's carboxyhemoglobin method, Salih's hematine method. Haldane's carboxyhemoglobin, oxyhemoglobin method. ستحمدها وتأوي بالإياب ورتل نغمة القرآن تلقى يباعدك الثواب عن العقاب وتابع مرسلا هاد حكيما أشعة حكمة من كل باب طويل الشوق يبقى في اغترابي فقير في الحياة من الصحاب ومن يأمنك يا دنيا الدواهي تدوسين Alexa, stop. So we've got the Salih's acid hematine method, we've got the carboxyhemoglobin method, oxyhemoglobin method, Taliquist method, copper sulfate drop method. That's enough. Thoroughly mixed with water and color is uniformly golden brown. Comparison will be done by holding it at eye level. Clean the pipette, flush it repeatedly in the washing solution containing water. Alright, time for this one. رقت عيناي شوقا ولطيبة ذرفت عشقا فأتيت إلى حبيبي فاهدأ يا قلب ورفقا صلي على محمد السلام عليك يا 1 second guys. Done.
السلام عليك يا حبيبي يا نبي الله السلام عليك يا رسول الله.
Okay, we got Sali's acid hemoglobin method. We have the Alden's carboxyhemoglobin method. We have the oxyhemoglobin method. We have the Talaquis method. We have the copper sulfate drop method. And we have the methemoglobin, cyanomethemoglobin method. I've just mentioned all of them without knowing them. I'm just, oh my goodness. Sally's method advantages: simple, cheap, easy to perform, less accurate, color matching error depends on the observer. Yep, fair enough. Cheap, and you have to do it in due time because you know it just disappears. The color depends on the observer. Yep, and dilute. 90 grams. No, because they do not convert hemoglobin to acid hemoglobin properly. Ask, get a bit more about this. Oh, there's too strong. Just gonna destroy the sample. Okay. What difference would it make if lesser or greater amount of antenna HCl is taken into SHCl? Incomplete conversion, falsely low value, falsely higher inconsistent value. Alright, yeah, if you more low value, okay, it just makes sense. Causes of false results in this experiment: incomplete mixing, faded color, wrong HCl amount, dirty tube pipette, delay in reading. Yeah, okay. So how can you make a mistake in this? We could do a delay inside of the reading. We can have problems with the mixing. Incorrect HCl values added. Waited too long. Not sterile and shit, you know? Alright. What are the indications for measurement of hemoglobin in a patient? So anemia, polycythemia, preoperative assessment, pregnancy chat, routine health, okay. Normal concentration 13 to 18, 11. Wow, this is such an inaccurate thing. I'm gonna say 12 to 16. Into 18. That's such an inaccurate method. It's different in every single book, every single thing. Anyways, how much oxygen is carried by 1 gram of hemoglobin? 1.34 ml. What is the function of iron? Okay, what? A2 hemoglobin F, and glycated hemoglobin HbA1c. What causes intravascular hemolysis? Mechanical damage, autoimmune hemolysis, toxins, infections, mismatched transfusion. Intravascular hemolysis. Autoimmune hemolysis, mechanical damage. Trauma. Autoimmune hemolysis. Infection, mismatch transfusion. Okay. Aplastic blood loss edema. There's so many types. Alright, we're done with this now. Moving on to the next. We're still on the third one if you think about it. Oh, I'm on the fourth one, right? How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 left. We've done 3 and we have 9 left to go. If you're doing 3 per hour, 3 hours for this. Oh no. Looking bad, guys.
ثقة في كل مجال خلاقي
Erythrocyte sedimentation rate.
فاقت بالعزم السباق هند بالعقل تميزها ترقى بالفكر الدفاق عند غراس الأخلاق مدرسة صارت أخلاقي قد ذقت النور بجنتها في حفظ كتاب الخلاق في صحبة أزهار فاقت في الصدق حديث الإشراق وأتيت لأرسم لوحتنا شعرا بمداد الأشواق نجلاء أدب مجتمع وتسير بخطو تواق أنهينا اليوم محطتنا ونسينا كل الإرهاق فالصدر مليء بكلام هو أشرف ما في الأوراق آي الرحمن ستحفظنا وبها سنطير لآفاق
Wintrow's method, Westergren's method. What is going on, bro?
بذل بإشفاقي يا رب وحقق غايتنا فبدونك ليس لنا واقي
If sample of blood.
وأشرف ما في الأوراق آي الرحمن ستحفظنا
Which anticoagulant has been added is allowed to stand in narrow verticals.
يا رب معلمة تسعى للبذل بإشفاقي يا رب وحقق غايتنا فبدونك ليس لنا واقي
Westergren's method, Wintrow's method. Westergren's method, Wintrow method. Wintrow method, Westergren method. Gold standards of the Australian Monetary Committee. The House of more to monetary. Diluted blood is gently inverting the tube. Wintrow's method.
وكف المصطفى كالورد ينادي الله الله، وعطرها يبقى إذا مست أيادي الله الله، وكف المصطفى كالورد ينادي الله الله، وعطرها يبقى إذا مست أيادي الله الله، وعم نوالها كل العباد، وعم نوالها كل العباد، وعم نوالها كل العباد، حبيب الله يا خير البراء يا قمرون قمرون قمر سيدنا النبي قمرون، وجميل 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 سيدنا النبي وجميل، ولا ظل له بل كان نورا الله الله، تنال الشمس منه والبدورا الله الله، ولا ظل له بل كان نورا الله الله، تنال الشمس منه والبدورا الله الله، ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا، ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا، ولم يكن الهدى لولا ظهورا، وكل الكون أنار بنور طه قمرون قمرون قمر سيدنا النبي قمرون، وجميل 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 سيدنا النبي وجميل، قمرون قمرون قمر سيدنا النبي قمرون، وجميل 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 سيدنا النبي وجميل.
سماء عماد لها وأرض تسير وفوقها قمم الروابي، فضاء لا انتهاء له وشمس تضيء بحسبة بين السحاب، فشد كيانك الأدنى
Action,
برب
mission,
تنال
Mia,
بقربه شرف الجناب. طويل
hyperprotein.
الشوق يبقى في اغترابي، فقير في الحياة من الصحاب، ومن يأمنك يا
More fibrinogen, female.
الدواهي، تدوسين المصاحب في التراب، وأعجب من مريدك وهو يدري بأنك في الورى أم العجاب، ولولا أن لي معنى جميلا لبعت المكث فيها بالذات.
percentage of volume.
المجادل بالكذاب رأيت الله في ذا الكون ربا جميع الكائنات له تحابي شواهد أنه فرد جليل على رغم المجادل بالكذاب تأمل قدرة الرحمن وانظر سيهديك التأمل للصواب
45 होता है
ومد
44%
الطرف في كل النواحي سؤالك سوف يرجع بالجواب الشوق يبقى في اغترابي فقير في الحياة من الصحاب ومن يأمنك يا دنيا الدواهي تدوسين المصاحب في التراب وأعجب من مريدك وهو يدري بأنك في الورى أم العجاب ولولا أن لي معنى جميلا لبعت المكث فيها بالذهاب تفيأ من ظلال الأرض حين
3000 RPM.
ولا تغتر يوما بالسراب وقف فوق القبور فرب ذكرى ستحمدها وتأوي بالإياب تفيأ من ظلال الأرض حينا ولا تغتر يوما بالسراب وقف فوق القبور فرب ذكرى ستحمدها وتأوي بالإياب ورتل نومة القرآن تلقى يباعدك الثواب عن العقاب وتابع مرسلا هاد حكيما أشعة حكمة من كل باب طويل الشوق يبقى في اغترابي فقير في الحياة من الصحاب ومن يأمنك يا دنيا الدواهي تدوسين المصاحب في التراب وأعجب من مريدك وهو يدري بأنك في الورى أم العجاب ولولا أن لي معنى جميلا لبعت المكث فيه
Hematocrit reader. Hematocrit reader.
إلى كم يا أخ الوهم تعبي الذنب والذنب وتخفي الخطأ
You can see,
أما بان لك
so here you can see beginning here all the way here is the plasma, a little white coat, buffy coat, barely noticeable, those are the white blood cells and platelets, and the remaining here is a red blood cells. So this is the hematocrit reader. You see a lot that in hospitals because it'll be easier than using a ruler and measuring total versus amount of red blood cells or erythrocytes. You'll be doing that with your instructor as well, but here's how you use the reader. You want to place the beginning of red blood cells where it says 0, so of course you're not accounting for the clay in your reading. And we're gonna place on this line you see right here, plasma. So make sure you match where the plasma is with that line. So 0 is where red blood cell starts, and the 100% here is the total blood. Now you're gonna use this ruler section, place in the top of your red blood cells, and that reads the hematocrit. So for our patient is exactly 44%.
وتسعى في هوى النفس وتحتال على الفلس وتنسى
Quite
ظلمة
easy.
الرمس ولا تذكر ما ثم ولو لاحظك الحظ لما طاح بك اللحظ ولا كنت إذا الوعظ جلى الأحزان تغتم ستذري الدم لا دمع إذا عاينت لا جمع يقي في عرصة الجمع ولا خال ولا عم كأني بك تنحط إلى اللحد وتنغط وقد أسلمك الرهط إلى أضيق من سم هناك الجسم ممدود ليستأكله الدود إلى أن ينخر العود ويمسي العظم قدرا ومن بعد فلا بد من العرض إذا اعتد صراط جسره مد على النار لمن فكم من مرشد ضل ومن ذي عزة ذل وكم من عالم زل وقال الخطب قد طم فبادر أيها الغمر لمن يحلو به المر فقد كاد يهي العمر وما أقلعت عن ذنب ولا تركن إلى الدهر وإلا أنا وإن سر فتلفى كمن اغتر بأفعى تنفث السم وخفض من تراقيك فإن الموت لاقيك وسار في تراقيك وما ينكل إن هم وجانب صعر الخد إذا ساعدك الجد وزم اللفظ إن فما أسعد من زم ونفس عن
It is a percentage of blood volume.
وصدقه إذا نث ورم العمل الرث فقد أفلح
The normal value.
ورشم الريش
Of the blood, which is RQ by that,
عم وما خص ولا تأس
30 to 50 and 35, 36 to 45.
وعاد الخلق الرذل
Asians are
وعود
females have lower
كفك
hematocrit,
البذل
lower RBC
ولا تستمع
hormones.
العذل ونزهها عن الضم وزود نفسك الخير ودع ما يعقب الضير وهيئ مركب السير وخف من لجة اليم بذا أوصيك يا صاح وقد بحت كمن باح فطوبى لفتى راح بآدابي يأتم.
Yeah, because RBC is polycythemia, high altitude, smoking, right lungs.
ودي لي سلامي يا رايح للحرم.
Good morning, chat. We listen to the Muslim nasheeds.
انظر للكعبة يا محلاها نور وجلال يغشاها.
Condition decreases
نور وجلال
blood loss, hemolysis, anemia, blood loss, overhydration. Patient blood. What is the difference between measured and actual hematocrit?
غرام شغلني مال كل فؤادي ادخل من باب السلام بتأدب واحترام ادخل من باب السلام بتأدب واحترام سلم على طه التهامي واسأله الرضا وادعي لي وادعي لي وادعي
Really trapped plasma. Trapped plasma. Mr. Breeze, are you there? Hello? Are you there? Are you there or are you gone? Are you there or are you gone? Hello, Mr. Breeze? ETF 101 Breeze.
بأنك منطقي وبياني عربية
ثم الوصوف تضيع في أوصافك فبك استباح الشعر يشدو أعذب الألحان يا روعة سلبت شغاف القلب في ترنيمها يا بلسما كم طيبت قلب الكثير العاني في مفرداتك هامت الأرواح حين استعذبت حرفا وقولا صادقا وفصاحة ومعاني
Measured is the includes RBC count times 4.
عربية قلبي وروحي أحرفي ولساني عربية ثم الوصوف تضيع في أوصافك فبك استباح الشعر يشدو أعذب الألحان كيف المديح يجيء إن كنت التي أعني بها أنت النور ومنك خير الدر والمرجان عربية يا ليت شعري هل ستوفي كلمة ولقد نهلنا فيك فقه المنهج الرباني عربية حسبي بأنك
Centimeter.
منطقي وبياني عربية قلبي وروحي أحرفي ولساني عربية ثم الوصوف تضيع في أوصافك فبك استباح الشعر يشدو أعذب الألحان فالآي إذ نتلوه نغترف السعادة
Grid lines in the counter surface of mirror known. Here's measured from the grid.
القول فقد فيه كل بيان أوليس يكفي أنك شرفت فخرا حينما كنت الختام وفيك
Area measured from the grid. The height, side, and base of the portion finds a known volume.
منطقي وبياني عربية قلبي وروحي أحرفي ولساني الضاد فخري أنني للضاد حقا أنتمي وبه ابتدأت قصيدتي وبه ختام بياني محمد نبينا بنور هادينا من مكة حبيبي نور سطاع المدينة من صلى صلاته واتحلى في صفاته يا بخت اللي في ظله ماشي يشفع له في مماته محمد نبينا بنور هادينا من مكة حبيبي نور سطاع المدينة من صلى صلاته واتحلى في صفاته يا بخت اللي في ظله ماشي يشفع له في مماته يا إمامنا يا أمين يا سند للمسلمين يا حبيبي يا محمد يا ابن عبد الله تمت الرسالة تمام والحبيب مسك الختام طول حياتي وفي صلاتي بدعي صلي وراه
flow cytometer is a versatile instrument used for quantitative estimation of cell population in a sample of cell suspension. It consists of estimation of cell population in a sample of cell suspension. It consists of a thick piece of glass slide, the center of which contains two counting chambers separated by a groove. On either sides of the two chambers, it consists of a thick piece of glass slide, the center of which contains two counting chambers separated by a groove. On either sides of the two chambers are found two platforms which functions to support the cover slip when loading a sample onto the counting chambers. The height of the platforms and the chambers are designed in such a way that when a cover slip is placed on top, there is a gap of 0.1 millimeters between the cover slip and the chambers. This is known as the depth of the counting chambers. Each counting chamber consists of numerous crisscrossing, laser-etched fine lines which form tiny squares of varying sizes and measurements. Each counting chambers. This is known as the depth of the counting chambers. Each counting chamber consists of numerous crisscrossing, laser-etched fine lines which form tiny squares of varying sizes and measurements. The counting grid has an overall dimension of 3 by 3 millimeters with an area of 9 square millimeters. Within this counting grid can be found squares of three different sizes, simply referred to as small square, smaller square, and smallest square. The counting grid consists of 9 small squares, each with a dimension of 1 by 1 millimeter. Each of the four corner squares are further subdivided into 16 smaller squares, each measuring 0.25 by 0.25 millimeter and an area of 0.0625 square millimeters. The small square at the center of the grid is however divided into
يلعن غباء يا زلمة شو keep asking whether you got translate.
into 25 smaller squares, each square measuring 0.2 by 0.2 millimeter with an area of 0.04 square millimeters. Each of these smaller squares is further subdivided into 16 smallest squares. Each of these 16 smallest squares have a dimension of 0.05 by 0.05 millimeter and an area of 0.0025 square millimeter. The central small square therefore comprises of a total of 400 smallest squares. Thus, the volume occupied by the different squares, singly or wholly, can easily be worked out using data on their dimensions and the depth of the counting chamber. The areas in the central small square marked R are used for counting red blood cells, while the 4 small corner squares marked W are blood cells, while the central small square marked R are used for counting red blood cells, while the 4 small corner squares marked W are used to count the white blood cells. The most commonly used hemocytometer is the one with the improved Neubauer counting chamber. Even though the hemocytometer can be used to count most types of cells, it was originally designed for counting blood cells, and therefore commercially sold units usually come with a pair of special pipettes called the WBC pipette and the RBC pipette. The RBC pipette has a tiny red mixing bead inside the bulb. It has 3 graduations, 0.5, 1, and 101. This pipette is used for counting RBCs in a blood sample. The WBC pipette has a white bead inside of the bulb and has 3 graduations, 0.5, 1, and 11. This is used to count WBCs in blood samples. These pipettes also come with rubber tubings for drawing blood using suction force via the mouth or any suitable suction device such as a syringe. This is all about the hemocytometer. For videos on how to count RBCs, WBCs, and platelets using this instrument, in a previous video we talked
Play divided into 2. Near 9 millimeters.
the counting chambers. The height of the platforms and the chambers are designed in such a way that when a cover slip is placed on top, there is a gap of 0.1 millimeters between the cover slip and the chambers. This is known as the depth of the counting chambers. Each counting chamber consists of numerous crisscrossing, laser-etched fine lines which form tiny squares of varying sizes and measurements. The counting grid has an overall dimension of 3 by 3 millimeters with an area of 9 square millimeter. Within this counting grid can be found squares of 3 different sizes, simply referred to as small square, smaller square, and smallest square. The counting grid consists of 9 small squares, each with a dimension of 1 by 1 millimeter. Each of the 4 corner squares are further subdivided into 16 smaller squares, each measuring 0.25 by 0.25 millimeter and an area of 0.0625 square millimeters. The small square at the center of the grid is, however, divided into 25 smaller squares, each square measuring 0.2 by 0.2 millimeter with an area of 0.04 square millimeter.
0.2 millimeter, because now it's by 5 by 5. It's divided into 25. Now it's in 16. Now this is 25. Now it's 0.2 millimeters. Now the area is 2.2.
meter with an area of 0.04 square millimeters.
25, and then each smaller square is into. It's gonna be 0.35.
Each of these smaller squares is further subdivided into 16 smallest squares. Each of these 16 smallest squares have a dimension of 0.05 by 0.05 millimeter and an area of 0.0025 square
0.025.
millimeter. The central small square therefore 0.025 square
0.025. Zero two 0.025.
millimeter. The central small square therefore comprises of a total of 400 smallest squares.
400 4 by 4, and it's 0.2. 0. Alright, so we've got 4 large squares in the corner. And small square. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we got the counting chamber looking ass. So we've got 9 squares in total. 9 large squares. 4 corner ones are for RBCs. The center large square. 4 corner smaller square. Center. 4 by 4. 3 1 millimeter. Each small large square is 1 millimeter. 0.25, so the area would be 0.25 times 0. 0.25. 0.625, 0.625, 0.006. Volume. Count. count the red blood cells or the white blood cells. Got this counting grid looking ass in the center, 0.1 depth, 1.1. So the large squares, or the corner large squares, are divided into four small squares. Each small square has 0.025 length and width, and its area becomes 0.06, and the depth becomes 0.006 volume. And now the central central large square is divided into 25 small squares, so 5 by 5. So that means each small square has a length or width of 0.2 millimeters. 0.2 millimeters. That makes it the area 0.04 millimeters square. Depth being 0.004. And each small square is divided into 16 smaller squares. Smaller squares 0.0. That means each smaller square has 0.05, and then the area would be 0.0025. Depth would be volume would be 0.00025 cubed. Hadi. Nece inan?
من مكة حبيبي نور سطوع المدينة.
Oh, it's locking. It is so contact. It's an automated blood cell counting. What is going on? I remember when. Boy. Even through the dark days. Yeah, GPT 5.1 now. Alright. Keeps on upgrading. I still remember when ChatGPT 2.0 first came out. What a day. What a day that was. Was it 3? I think. I don't know. 3.0. Red blood cell count times mean corpuscular volume. Big glass eye with 2 counting areas, triple rule, central square for which areas of the rule areas are central big square events. La 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 la. Hemocytometer. Automated bloods. Consists different components to analyze. Hemoglobin, hematocrit, wrinkles, platelet count. Samples presented to the diluter that automatically takes the sample. Built in computer automatically. What is emertus and demertus, bro? They're just making up random words, you know, which is like irrelevant. Nobody in the freaking planet uses this. And then Pakistan uses these words thinking like they're from fucking advanced country. Nobody in the freaking planet uses these. Mertis and demertus. Like, what? Mertis and demertus. The mertis is. Oh, it's merits and demerits, bro. I was. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I thought it was written mertis. My bad. My bad. Increase speed, reduce human error, greater accuracy, better blood loss time. Alright, my bad. My bad, guys. La 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 run dun dun. Oh, this is incorrect. Hemosidometer. And okay if I use this water for liver scratching. Avoid air bubbles and dust. Don't risk it down. What is the difference between metallized and ordinary glass? Done with this now. Red blood cell count. Good now.
Thus, chamber W proved Neubauer counting commercially sold 01 and has
RBC paper WC.
three graduations. Talked about the components of a hemocytometer and what it's
Components.
used for. In this video, we're gonna count the number of red blood cells in a sample of human blood using the hemocytometer. You may use blood from any animal to count the RBC population. For this experiment, you will need the following: counting chamber, RBC pipette, blood sample either from a pricked finger or from a sample drawn from the vein and stored in a tube containing an anticoagulant, RBC diluting solution,
Heme fluid. Oh my. You know, this is the type of shit I don't. Heme solution. I gotta memorize this. Oh, this is so unnecessary, man.
compound light microscope, RBC diluting
Heme solution. We have sodium chloride, sodium sulfate. Alright, we got distilled water. Other than this, we got sodium chloride, mercurial chloride, and sodium sulfate. Okay. Got 1 gram of sodium chloride. This maintains the osmolarity. Means the amount of osmoles liter of solution. Sodium sulfate, and they do 5 gram prevents aggregation of RBCs. Mercurial chloride, antifungal, antibacterial, preservative. चलो जी 200 ml हमारा heme solution आ जाता है, okay? And for the RBC, of course we're gonna have a solution for the WCB count as well, right? It's gonna be completely different, some dumbass shit as well. Where is it? No, let me know. Total glucose count, yeah. Turk solution, but what is Turk solution? Anybody just be making shit at this. Oh, and then we got a Leishman stain for the differential leukocyte count. Oh, beautiful. Three, five, six. Seven. $28 to $35. Let me just mark it, bro. Low key, I'm disliking all of this. I am disliking everything over here. Guess I ain't sleeping tonight. Got Hames fluid, okay? RBC diluting solution. Hames solution, it contains of sodium chloride, sodium sulfate, mercuric chloride, and water. Yes, sodium chloride is 1 ml. Mercuric chloride, we've got 0.5 ml. Sodium sulfate is 5 ml. Oh, it's grams? Not even ml, it's freaking grams. I mean, yeah, of course it's grams. Grams, and then water is 200 ml. Water is a solvent. Sodium chloride maintains the osmolarity. Sodium sulfate is an antiseptic. Mercuric chloride. No. Mercuric is antifungal, antibacterial. Sodium sulfate prevents aggregation, relay formation. La 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 Okay. Response ECG. Heart sounds. (5.2 plus minus 0.3 million per microliter). 4.7 plus minus 0.3 million per microliter. Per microliter volume. 5.2, 4.7. Herb solution is made of sodium chloride, sodium, sodium sulfate, mercuric chloride, and distilled water. Sodium chloride is 1 gram. Sodium sulfate is 5 grams. Mercury chloride is 0.5 grams. Sodium chloride's function is to maintain the osmolarity. Sodium sulfate is an agglutination formation, and mercury chloride is 2. Uh, it's an antiseptic, antifungal, 200 ml solvent. Okay, done.
Including solution. Compound light microscope. Cotton and rubbing alcohol. Take the RBC pipette, pre-cleaned with alcohol. Draw the blood sample till the 0.5 mark using your mouth or a syringe, while taking
0.5 mark. Immediately wipe the excess blood from the outside of the tip. If drawn, touch the pipette with a napkin. Draw the blood back.
care to avoid any air bubbles from entering the pipette. This step requires a bit of patience and practice. If you happen to suck the blood beyond 0.5 mark, you can either use a clean filter paper to carefully blot out excess blood from the pipette tip, or carefully blow out excess blood using a syringe until it reaches down to the 0.5 mark. Once that's done, carefully clean the excess blood sticking to the outer sides of the tip of the pipette using a cotton soaked in alcohol. Now carefully draw the RBC diluting solution up to the 101 mark on the pipette. Hold the pipette in a horizontal position and rotate the pipette several times in such a way that the tiny bead inside the bulb of the pipette mixes the blood and the diluting solutions thoroughly.
Okay.
Once thorough mixing has been accomplished, the blood sample now has a 200 times dilution.
Okay.
Once this is done, prepare the counting chamber for sample loading. Take the counting chamber and the cover slip, both pre-cleaned with alcohol. Carefully position and the cover slip sample loading. Take the counting chamber and the cover slip, both pre-cleaned with alcohol. Carefully position the cover glass on top of the support platforms located on both sides of the counting chamber platforms. Discard the first few drops from the RBC pipette. Carefully position the tip of the pipette on one edge of the cover glass. Allow the contents of the pipette to gradually flow into the narrow space between the cover glass and the counting chamber via a capillary force like you see here. You may load the other of the pipette on one edge of the cover glass. Allow the contents of the pipette to gradually flow into the narrow space between the cover glass and the counting chamber via a capillary force like you see here.
Okay.
You may load the other counting chamber as well in a similar fashion. Once you're done loading the chambers, keep aside the counting chamber for a few minutes to allow the RBCs to settle. The slide is now ready for microscopic observation. First, locate the small square at the center of the counting grid under low power of the microscope. You may refer to my previous videos on hemocytometer to see which of the squares in the counting chamber are to be used for RBC counting. You may also need to adjust the light intensity of the microscope in order to visualize the fine lines in the counting grid. Once you've located the RBC counting squares, switch to 10x then to 40x objective to begin the counting. Locate the 1st, 5th, 13th, 21st, and 25th smaller squares in the RBC grid. Applying the margin rule or L rule of cell counting, count the RBCs lying inside of these squares and those lying on the borders of the lower and left side of each square. Do not count those cells lying on the borders of the upper and right sides of the squares.
Almost true. Where's figure 3? Where's figure 3, huh?
This is how RBCs will appear on the counting grids under 10x. And here's RBCs under 40x as seen in one of the 5 smaller squares to be used. And here's how RBC borders of the upper and right sides of the squares. This is how RBCs will appear on the counting grids under 10x. And here's RBCs under 40x as seen in one of the 5 smaller squares to be used for RBC. Here's RBCs appear on the counting grids under 10x. And here's RBCs under 40x as seen in one of the 5 smaller squares to be used for RBC counting. Remember the margin rule and count the cells in each square accordingly. Once you've counted the rule and count the cells in each square accordingly. Once you've counted the number of cells in the 5 smaller squares, aka the 80 smallest squares, all you have to do is to just add them up and multiply the sum by a factor of 10,000. This gives you
Sum of the cells in the 5
the
squares.
total RBC count per cubic millimeter of blood sample. Or if you want to the total RBC count per cubic millimeter of blood sample. Or if you want to do the math, you can use this formula to come up with the
Number of cells times dilution factor. Times depth factor.
number of RBCs in 1 cubic millimeter of the blood sample. RBC count equals RBCs, or if you want to do the total RBC
Times 10,000.
count per cubic millimeter of blood sample. Or if you want to do the math, you can use this formula to come up with the number of RBCs in 1 cubic millimeter of the blood sample. RBC count equals the number of cells counted into dilution factor into depth factor divided by area counted. We know that dilution of the
LOL. No! No, no la vida! Alright, we do the freaking. I prick myself. Alright, I prick myself. I take the blood. I take the sample. Boom. Plop in there. Skadoosh, skadoosh, skadoosh. Take some in, take some in. Fill it up to the 0.1 mark. 0.5 mark. Put in the heme solution. Fill it up to 101. Your both ends of pipette with your thumb and forefinger. Yeah, this might be a W. Okay. Count all the 16 smaller squares of each small square. La 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 la. टोटल 200 मिले हैं ठीक है जी per microliter microliter is 1 cubic millimeter millimeter microliters millimeter per microliter per millimeter cubed microliter
The blood sample is 1 in 200, so dilution factor is 200. Depth or height of the blood film is 1/10 of a millimeter count square. Using the above known data, the total RBC count per cubic millimeter of blood equals n into 200 into 10 divided by 1/5. which equals n into 10,000. Normal RBC count for adult men and women is as follows. In men, it's 4.7 to 6.1 million cells per cubic millimeter. In women, it's 4.2 to 5.4 million cells per
5.2
cubic
plus minus
millimeter.
0.3.
A low RBC count,
4.7 plus
also
minus 0.
called erythropenia, could indicate anemia, vitamin B deficiency, internal bleeding,
Bro, this is low-key easy.
kidney diseases, malnutrition, etc. A high RBC count, also called polycythemia, malnutrition,
Anemia, vitamin B deficiency, vitamin B12 deficiency, vitamin B9 deficiency, renal bleeding, kidney disease, malnutrition.
etc. Smoking,
Polycythemia, smoking, hypoxia, dehydration.
congenital heart diseases. For count, formula applies as in cells and certain lung diseases, etc. For counting of total platelet cells in a cubic millimeter of blood, the same procedure and formula applies as in RBC counting. The only difference is that the diluting solution to be used in case counting cubic millimeter of blood, the same procedure for counting of total platelet cells in a cubic millimeter of blood, the same procedure and formula applies as in RBC counting. The only difference is that the diluting solution to be used in case
1% ammonium oxalate
is a 1% solution of ammonium oxalate prepared by dissolving 1 gram of ammonium oxalate in 100 ml of distilled water.
We got heme solution. Heme solution is made of sodium chloride, sodium sulfate, mercury chloride, and water. Sodium chloride is 1 gram, and its function is to maintain the osmolarity. Sodium sulfate, it's 5 grams. Its function is prevents Role formation, prevents aggregation of the blood cells. And then we have mercury chloride. Its function is to it's an antiseptic, antibacterial, antifungal. It's in 0.5 grams, and then distilled water is dissolved in 200 ml.
If platelet count is extremely low, use the WBC pipette and follow the procedure and formula for a WBC count using 1% ammonium oxalate as diluting solution. A normal platelet count ranges from 140,000 to 450,000 cells per cubic millimeter. A low platelet count, also known as thrombocytopenia, may be caused by leukemia and certain other cancers, certain types of anemia, certain viral infections, certain respiratory disorders, radio and chemotherapy, sepsis, certain autoimmune disorders, certain medications and drugs, exposure to toxic substances, alcoholism, cirrhosis, iron and folate deficiency, vitamin B12 deficiency, etc. A high platelet count, also known as thrombocytosis, may be caused by bleeding, cancer, certain infections, iron deficiency, removal of spleen, certain types of anemia, certain inflammatory diseases, surgery, etc. Point
White blood cell count.
The hemocytometer is a versatile instrument used.
This guy might just be the goat.
In a previous video, we talked about the components of a hemocytometer and what it's used.
I'm gonna go to the shit. Oh, beast, what? History of clotting, hemocytometer, RBC, biped cover slip should be clean and dry. I'll use a lancet, discard for a drop of blood. Do not milk or squeeze the finger, okay. Discard the lancet. Use the new sterile lancet, discard the first drop of blood. Do not squeeze out the blood. Discard the lancet, looking ass. Refresh.
كلوا من طيبات ما رزقناكم ولا تطغوا فيه ولا تطغوا فيه فيحل عليكم غضبي ومن يحلل عليه غضبي فقد هوى ومن يحلل عليه غضبي فقد هوى وإني لغفار لمن تاب وآمن وعمل صالحا ثم اهتدى وما أعجلك عن قومك يا موسى قال هم أولئك على أثري وعجلت إليك رب لترضى هبت نفحات
What factors affect the RBC count? Altitude, exercise, pregnancy, anemia, hemolysis, polycythemia.
أهلا وسهلا قولا ولحنا منا لكم كل احترام أنتم بنيتم أنتم زرعتم بهمة حب الأنام بهمة حب الأنام يا دعاة رب السماء يا من صنعتم في الأرض
got this, crap boy. I believe in you. Thank you. Rami, how you doing, Rami? There's a few more exams left.
ساهمتم في نشر خير مثل السحاب والغمام بوركتم من رب
What is anemia?
دوما حققتم جيل الأعلام حققتم جيل الأعلام
Alright, next. Working, gymming, studying. I realize I can't do all three. Yeah, bro. I was gymming too, but I had to stop, bro. You can't do all three. I've been on like 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep for the past 2 weeks. Like every day I'm getting 2 to 3 hours. My brain is like fried. I don't think I'm gonna get sleep today as well. I was hoping to finish it quick. But tomorrow I have to like perform practicals on people. Dog shit. I got this. What exams do you have? What's your major, by the way? Linear algebra, computer architecture, and database management. Oh my days, bro. That sounds that sounds horrific, bro. The hell is that shit? Damn. Good luck. But we all gotta play once again, man. Yo, you listen to this while saying? Yeah, yeah.
أيها الشاكي وما بك داء كيف تغدو إذا غدوت عليلا إن شر الجنات في الأرض
You
نفس
can't focus?
تتوقى قبل الرحيل الرحيلا كم
Is the money in, what do you mean the money in Overwatch?
إنك
Teammates are so trash. Bro, I remember using your friends. Used to be online like almost every day. I used to see the activity on Discord and shit. Playing Overwatch. Bro, Adam has been like he's been gone for a solid year. It's been 1 year. Adam has been missing. I've got an I think I know where he is, but I just don't want to jinx it. 1 year, zero contact with any one of us. I miss that guy, bro. Forgot us. Nah, I feel like something happened. I don't think he would forget us. I don't think he's that type of guy. I hope not. You forget your family?
والنور يبني في السفوح وفي الذرى دورا مزخرفة وحينا يهدم
You going to the US? How long until you graduate?
وتبسمت فعلى لا تتبسم إن كنت مكتئبا لعز قد مضى هيهات يرجعه إليك تندم كم تشتكي وتقول إنك معدم والأرض ملكك والسماء والأنجم ولك الحقول
Early 2027. That's pretty soon. That's basically next year by now. Damn. You're gonna work in Lebanon after that, a couple of years? Then the US. Solid plan. Are you liking computer science?
هيهات يمنع أن تحل تجهم أو كنت جاوزت الشباب فلا تقل شاخ الزمان فإنه لا يهرم انظر فما زالت
Hate computer science? Well, you should be chilling in terms of jobs then. Volume, hemoglobin count, percentage set.
على ربى الأنس شيدنا مدارسنا بالآي نروي فؤادا كان عطشانا أهلا وحبا وتشريفا بمقدير بمدرساته اضحى السعد ألوانا على ربى الأنس شيدنا مدارسنا بالآي نروي فؤادا كان عطشانا أهلا وحبا وتشريفا بمقديمكم بمدرساته أضحى السعد ألوانا بمدرساته أضحى السعد ألوانا هنا نرددها الآيات نحفظ
Gonna see me, Hamza, Karim, Tariq, maybe Bandar. But I'd love to see all of you guys once more. The last person I met from all of you guys, probably Hamza when he came to our graduation. That's it. Actually, no, when we went to Jordan after that, yeah. That was the last time I met everybody. Where's Karim Tariq, bro? He's like a freaking artist. He's like a proper artist. But I remember, like, back in the school days, we used to be drawing in the back of class. And his drawings were crazy back then. But I never expected him to be like this crazy. Like, that shit was, like, I see his art. It's genuinely, like, mind-blowing. He's doing some crazy shit, man. Is he in Egypt or what? I don't know where he is, though. Yeah, he's cracked. Have you talked to him like anytime recently? I don't think I've ever talked to him since he left school, maybe. Unless we used to play Overwatch, but I don't even remember. Dude, I just remember the 6-stack Overwatch days. Overwatch 1. Oh my goodness. The Hansa 1v1s and shit.
واستبشرت فيكم والحب قد بانا بها عرفنا الهدى في الآه نقرأه بها ألفنا رفاق الخير أعوانا كم مرة كانت الآيات تبهجنا عن وحشة الدرب في القرآن مأوانا وإن كسرنا.
Yeah, I was really close with him. The thing is, it all started falling apart. We had this like stupid ass argument fight thing back in I don't know what grade, and then like it was never the same since. But I mean, yeah, he's in like a different uni now. He left school like in grade 12. He went to a different school. Obviously, different friend group, different unis. He's been to different places. Like he's doing crazy good as well. I do talk to him from time to time, like every other like week maybe. But yeah, he's chilling. Yeah, bro, those like, and we weren't even like that bad, you know, like for back then. I remember though, like, Bender, I don't know if he got boosted by, Bedar. I remember his Bedar was crazy. He was like top, I think he reached top 500 or Grandmaster, I don't remember. But that guy was freaking crazy. Bender was a good tank. You were a crazy DPS. Hamza was just Hamza. Adam joined late in Overwatch 2. He should have been there in Overwatch 1, but he was too busy making fun of Overwatch. He was like, oh, it's just a dumbass, like a monkey shooting electricity. Roy used to play Hammond, as far as I remember. He used to play a lot of Hammond when it came out. Yeah. I just used to play Reaper like, like a dumbass. Reaper. I did start playing Reinhardt later on, but I just used to double Q and shit. Hamza just being Hamza's shit. I mean, like, come on, realistic. I don't remember any like moment, like whenever we played with Hamza did like something important, where he carried the game or something. I don't remember a single moment like that. He was just there. Like, you know, to take out our frustration, we just start blaming Hamza. Oh yeah, Genji. Okay, I just remembered Genji. Okay. Never mind. My bad. Yeah, he used to be good in Genji. I don't know how many hours he had on Genji, but I don't remember playing him playing anything except Genji, unless we forced him to play Mercy or something. Adam is created Genji and Fa. Yeah. I mean, he became a sweat, bro. Whenever he like plays a game, he just like becomes an absolute sweat. Bro, I remember McCree one shot. Do you remember that game mode? Like that was my favorite game mode. Reaper and Hanzo, they tank and yeah. Doomfist. Oh, I miss when Doomfist was DPS. We used to do that freaking dumbass. What's it get? What's that called? Roadhog fishing. That was pretty fun too. Yeah. Bro, I remember some of my clips, man. I don't know how I used to do that shit, bro. So many kills in a row, like that was insane, genuinely. Man, I wish we could see the hours we spent on custom games like before, you know, like in Overwatch 1. I think they added that a bit too late. How you can track your time in custom games. We probably spent more time in custom games playing the what's it called? Mystery FFA. I guess. You know, but I'm down. My last exam's on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. I'm freaking down. I'll update Overwatch as well. I'm so down for that shit. When is your exam? What servers do you play on though? Middle East or like Europe? Were there Middle East servers? I don't even remember. Don't remember. Mean corpuscular hemoglobin is the weight of hemoglobin inside the red blood cell. Mean corpuscular concentration. Alright. Exams 24, 25, and December 4. 25 is my last exam, so that's December 4. How's your prep looking like? I have one tomorrow, 6 a.m. So I gotta lock in. I had one today, I have one tomorrow, I have one tomorrow the last one. Yeah, and then I have one on Monday and Tuesday, that's it. We'll play on 25, yeah, bet bro, 100%. Well, I'll tell Hamza to go to like a gaming center. He's in Turkey. I mean, you probably know. I'll tell him to go to a gaming center. We can all hop on. I could ask Bandar if he could come. I don't know if he's gonna come though. We could try. Get a 5 stack. Alright, sure. I'm down. I don't know how much a ping I'm gonna get, but I'm like so down for this shit. I finally built a PC as well. I don't know how many years it took, but I built a PC. These two? Yeah, you told me. Specs, they're like mid-range specs. I've got 1660 Ti, Ryzen 5 3600, 32 gigs of RAM, 2 M.2s and shit. That's pretty much it. 650 watt power supply Corsair. I'll upgrade it slowly, but I saved up money and I just built this shit on my own. Pretty cool. I had to buy a monitor too. I have this 180 hertz one. Really? Bro, I remember all of our laptops back in when we used to go to each other's homes, bring our laptops. They're all like so freaking shit. Whenever you disconnect the charger, it would just turn off or stuff like that. What are your specs? Well, I remember once I went to, whose home was it? Roy? I think Roy's home. I brought my laptop in. I don't know what I did. There was a Fortnite update. I wanted to update it, but I didn't have space. So then I deleted System 32. I don't know what System 32 was. I was like, oh, let me just delete it. This is like 30 gigs. I don't know what it is. I deleted that shit. And I'm like, wait, what's wrong with my PC? It's not turning on. And the whole time I just couldn't play while I was at his home. Minecraft games that you're... The shit, yeah, I remember that. Good days. Mean plus diameter. One point five.
عملت لحلمي عملت كثيرا وها قد حصل سهرت تعبت وقد طاب ذا اليوم حلو السماء
Yeah.
عملت كثيرا وها قد حصل سهرت تعبت وقد طاب ذا اليوم حلو السماء.
How many days left till I'm done? 5 days, 4 days, I don't know. 6 days.
بقاعة زهر وفرحة عمر وسعد أطل هلا مرحبا يا
Mean corpuscular volume. Mean volume of single red blood cell. Cubic femtoliters, okay. What's PCV, man? PCV. Packed cell volume.
ودي لي سلامي يا رايح للحرم وادعي لي وسلم لي على هادي الأمم انظر للكعبة يا
I'm gonna lock it on studying. Good luck, man.
وجلال يغشاها
Yeah, Breeze is Hassan. Mr. Breeze, Rami, the Ram Jam, it's Rami. I don't know if you guys remember each. I mean, you remember. I don't know if Breeze knows. He's a bit of a dumbass. I think he just came into Ask and just dipped. Hematocrit. Okay, thanks for the volume. I'm here, buddy. Oh, alright. I said this is Rami. The Ram Jam is Rami. Rami. You remember Rami? Come on, the OG days, bro. This guy's family made the best biryani I've ever tasted. Yes. What is going on in this chat? It's like nostalgia. Freaking nostalgia. I don't know what to say. Something nostalgia. In the RBC. Ecograms. Concentration of hemoglobin at a given volume of packed red blood cells indicates the average blood volume of the RBC full band. Mean coastal hemoglobin over mean coastal. Weight of hemoglobin higher RBC or volume. Hematocrit. Hematocrit, what is the hematocrit? After you've saved some money from work, start streaming, uploading to YouTube too. Yeah, bro, it's fun. Like, although I'm getting like no viewers, I it's just fun to do. I don't know why. I'm even doing it while studying. Like, I just have it on. It forces me to study. Pretty fun. I'm broke like half of the year as well. Don't worry, everybody's broke.
وقف الطفل وحده والليالي ورصاص من حوله وجنود وقف الطفل والحجارة أكوام وعيناه عزمة وصمود لا يرى عن يمينه من معين لا يرى عن شماله من يذوب كل ساح سعى إليها خلاء كل درب يشق مسدود وقف الطفل وحده والليالي ورصاص من حوله وجنود وقف الطفل والحجارة أكوام وعيناه عزمة وصمود وعيناه عزمة وصمود وقف الطفل عند بابك يا قدس ونادته من هناك الجدود وتلاقت أصداؤها وطيوف
Or 11,000.
حومت
Relevance of changes into.
والنداء المجروح غاب مع الأفق وغابت مزاعم ووعود
Alright, so for that we had sodium chloride, sodium sulfate, mercury chloride, and water. Mercury chloride was antifungal, antiseptic, 0.5 milligrams. Sodium sulfate is to prevent rouleau formation, 5 milligrams, and then sodium chloride is 1 milligram.
وحدك اليوم في السواح فأين الأنساب أين العهود أين الأنساب أين العهود ودوي يكاد يصرخ أين الزحف أين
Hematocrit.
أين الحديد وقف الطفل وحده والليالي
Help classify anemia. What is the significance of normal absolute red blood cell? What indices mean? D2 RBC. Macrocytic hypochromic, normocytic normochromic, macrocytic normochromic.
Boost 4. In this video, we're gonna count the number of white blood cells in a sample of human blood using the hemocytometer. You may use blood from any animal to count the WBC population. Total leukocyte count, or TLC, is a more commonly used term for WBC count. For this experiment, you'll need the following: counting chamber, WBC pipette, blood sample, either from a pricked finger or from a sample drawn from the vein and stored in a tube containing an anticoagulant, WBC diluting solution, compound,
Fixed fluid. We have glacial acetic acid. Oh my goodness, this is stupid. Okay, we've got distilled water again. We just need to know too. Glacial acetic acid. Gentian violet? What name is that? Gentian violet. Contains the nuclei of WBC. Okay, sure. And then glacial acetic acid, hemolysis of RBCs by effect. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. So we gonna have glacial acetic acid and gentian violet 1% and distilled water 100 ml. Okay. Others are 1.5 ml. We have glacial acetic acid, which hemolysis of red blood cells but doesn't affect white blood cells. We've got gentian violet in 1% aqueous, and this stains the white blood cell nuclei. Acts as a solvent.
WBC diluting solution. Compound light microscope. Cotton and rubbing alcohol. Take the WBC pipette pre-cleaned with alcohol. Draw the blood sample till the 0.5 mark using your mouth or a syringe, while taking care to avoid any air bubbles from entering the pipette.
Okay.
This step requires a bit of patience and practice. If you happen to suck the blood beyond 0.5 mark, you can either use a clean filter paper to carefully blot out excess blood from the pipette tip, or carefully blow out excess blood using a syringe until it reaches down to the 0.5 mark. Once that's done, carefully clean the excess blood sticking to the outer sides of the tip of the pipette using a cotton soaked in alcohol.
Alright.
Now carefully draw the WBC diluting solution up to the 11 mark on the pipette.
Twenty times.
Hold the pipette in a horizontal position and rotate the pipette several times in such a way that the tiny bead inside the bulb of the pipette mixes the blood and the diluting solutions thoroughly. Once thorough mixing has been accomplished, the blood sample now has a 20 times dilution. Once this is done, prepare the counting chamber for sample loading. Take the counting chamber and the cover slip, both pre-cleaned with alcohol. Carefully position the cover glass on top of the support platforms located on both sides of the counting chamber platforms. Discard the first few drops from the WBC pipette. Carefully position the tip of the pipette on one edge of the cover glass. Allow the contents of the pipette to gradually flow into the narrow space between the cover glass and the counting chamber via a capillary force like you see here. Carefully position the other counting. You may load the other counting chamber as well in a similar fashion. Once you're done loading the chambers, keep aside the counting chamber for a few minutes to allow the WBCs to settle. The slide is now ready for microscopic observation. First, locate the large squares at the four corners of the counting grid under low power of the microscope. You may refer to my previous videos on hemocytometer to see which of the squares in the counting chamber are to be used for WBC counting. You may also need to adjust the light intensity of the microscope in order to visualize the fine lines in the counting grid. Once you've located the WBC counting squares, Switch to 10x, then to 40x objective to begin the counting. Applying the margin rule or L rule of cell counting, count the WBCs lying inside of these squares and those lying on the borders of the lower and left side of each square. Do not count those cells lying on the borders of the upper and right sides of the squares. This is how WBCs will appear on the counting grid under 40x. The nuclei are stained deep blue against a violet background. Once you've counted the number of cells in the 4 squares, aka the 64 smaller squares, all you have to do is just add them up and multiply the sum by 50. This
Okay,
gives you the
50.
total WBC count per cubic millimeter of blood sample. Or if you want to do the math, you can use this formula to come up with the millimeter area millimeter caused by liver or spleen disease.
Leukopenia.
Stress, certain bacterial infections, leukemia, tissue damage, smoking, stress, certain
Differential leukocyte count.
The differential leukocyte counting is an important biomedical tool used to
Ratio glacial citric, gentian violet, glacial acetic acid, gentian violet, chloride, sodium sulfate, mercury. Turk solution is glacial acetic acid, gentian violet, distilled water. I have glacial acetic acid, gentian violet, stress diseases, leukocytosis, infection, inflammation, stress, infection, inflammation.
To quantify the number of each type of WBC or leukocyte. The DLC is usually expressed in terms of percentage of that particular type of WBC. This form of WBC quantification is a more specific diagnostic tool as compared to the total leukocyte count or TLC, which merely quantifies the total number of WBCs as a whole, regardless of the number of each type of WBC in the blood sample. Knowing exactly how much of each of the different types of white blood cells is present in a patient's blood sample gives the medical practitioner valuable insights into the extent of health and wellness of the patient, combined with the various other clinical test results of a person. The data on DLC count can guide the medical health professional through a well-informed medical diagnosis and subsequent treatment protocols of the disease that the patient might be inflicted with. The DLC procedure is a pretty simple process and can be performed in a modest lab setting. All that is required to perform a DLC are a compound light microscope and a thin stain peripheral blood smear of the patient's blood sample, along with a pen and paper. Additionally, a blood cell counter may be used if available. To begin the DLC, perform a DLC of the patient, a compound light microscope, and a thin stain peripheral blood smear of the patient's blood sample.
Glacial acetic acid, Gentian violet.
Sample. Procedure. First, prepare a thin. Do watch my detailed but simple video on how to prepare a stained blood smear, and also get a smear of the given blood sample and stain it with an appropriate dye solution. Do watch my detailed but simple video on how to prepare a stained blood smear and also get a clear idea of how each type of WBC appears under the microscope by clicking on the link given on the top right corner of the screen right now, or the link given in the video description below, or the hashtags given right above this video title. Once you have the stained blood smear dried and ready, place the slide on the microscope stage and first observe under low power of the microscope to get an idea of the distribution of the blood cell components on the slide. Now switch to 100x oil immersion objective of the microscope. Add a drop of immersion oil on the slide surface and gently lower the objective lens until it touches the oil surface. Before you actually begin the counting, prepare on a blank sheet of paper any one of the two types of tables shown here. If you choose to create the first type of table, you can simply enter a mark of your choice under the appropriate row on the table for that particular cell type as you count along. And if you've chosen the second type of table, which by the way contains 100 boxes, simply enter the appropriate initial of the name of the WBC type into each box successively as you count along. M for monocyte, L for lymphocyte, N for neutrophil, E for eosinophil, and B for basophil. In this manner, fill the appropriate boxes of the table as you count the various types of cells. Better still, you can make use of a handy piece of tool called the blood cell counter, which looks something like this. A typical cell counter contains 5 counting slots representing the 5 types of WBCs, along with one totaling slot that automatically adds up the numbers in the 5 slots into a total count. Each slot contains 3 rotating numeral rings from 0 to 9. Numbers are updated and entered into the rotating numeral rings of each of the 5 slots using the 5 keys, which look pretty much like the keys of a typewriter. To use this cell counter, all you have to do is press the key of that slot for the particular cell type. One single press for one cell count. You can position the 5 fingers of one hand on the 5 keys while looking through the microscope and proceed smoothly with the counting, although it requires a bit of practice and repetition to familiarize yourself with which finger rests on which cell type key. When a counting session is complete, you can set the counter back to 0 by rotating the 2 knobs located on each end of the counter in a clockwise fashion until the rotating numeral rings of each slot are at 0. In DLC count, 100 cells are usually evaluated. In this regard, a convenient feature of the cell counter is that once the total count reaches 100, the counter makes a single loud ring using its inbuilt ringing bell, much like the calling bells used in office spaces. Where the smear began and the corner where the smear ends, the corner counting process. Another good practice to obtain accurate counts is to avoid as much as possible the extreme corners of the blood smear, that is, the corner where the smear began and the corner where the smear ends or tapers. In fact, the most preferred site to perform a DLC count is the region in and around the borderline between the tail and the body of the blood smear. This is the region where the cells are uniformly spread into a monolayer without any clumping or overlapping. Count at least 100 or 200 white blood cells to get reliable results. DLC can be expressed in two ways: RDLC or relative differential leukocyte count and ADLC or absolute differential leukocyte count. To obtain the relative differential leukocyte count, convert the cell counts into percentage by adopting this formula. RDLC is expressed in percentage. In the case where 100 cells are counted, the cell count is the percentage itself. RDLC equals number of WBC type
Leishman stain, methylene blue, eucin, methyl alcohol. Methylene blue is a basic dye, stains the acidic part of the white blood cells. Granules of base. Methylene blue, eucin, methyl alcohol. Methylene blue, methyl alcohol, eucin. Methylene blue. Bone marrow. Ovulated nuclei. Granulocytes. Ovulated. Stains dark blue. Universe. Pure mode. Methylene blue, methyl alcohol, eucin. Non-lobulated. Neutropenia. Neutrophilia. Italian voice and RBC. Dilation. We have gentian violet and glacial acetate. The Turk solution. We have the Leishman solution, which is for differential leukocyte. This contains methylene blue and um, methylene blue, methyl alcohol, and phenol, using. And then we have Rees-Ecker solution. Heyman solution. Heme solution. Is mark. Saline blue methyl alcohol, gentian violet glacial acid, sodium chloride, sodium sulfate, uric chloride. Now we have recycler solution. Brilliant crystal blue, sodium citrate, distilled water, RCO. पानी है 4 ml, ठीक. Sodium citrate, sodium sulfate, prevents clotting block. Brilliant crystal, formalin, there's no one here, let's just leave. Horrific. So we have Reese-Ecker solution. It has methylene blue, formalin, brilliant crystal blue, formalin, sodium citrate, and water. Brilliant crystal blue, 0.1 grams. This stains the platelets. Sodium citrate, 3.8 grams. What on earth are these values, man? Who even thought of adding 3.8 grams of sodium citrate to a solution that's gonna do this? Prevents clotting and makes fluid isotonic. Ooh. And then what do we have? Formalin. Thrombocytopenia. $150 to $300,000. Oh no 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 no. Yo oh your hands. Yeah. 100, 50, 100, 20, 50, 10, 20. 10, 20, 100, 50, 30, 50. Butter. Kadoosh. Reese-Ecker solution. A brilliant crystal blue that stains the platelets. This is in there's 1 milligram of it. There's 3.8 milligrams of sodium citrate, and this prevents coagulation and it maintains an isotonic environment. Then we have 0.2 ml of formalin. This is an antifungal. This is antifungal and prevents lysis of RBC of the blood cells of RBCs. And then we have 100 ml of water. Which hormone stimulates thrombopoiesis? Thrombopoietin. Yeah, poietin. What functions are performed by the platelets? Platelet plug clot formation, releasing clotting factors. Why is blood diluted before counting? Separate platelets, make them easy to count under the microscope. Brilliant crescent blue, sodium citrate distilled water. Sodium citrate prevents clotting. Brilliant crescent blue stains platelets, and formalin is antifungal. Prevents lysis of RBCs. Three, tend to change spontaneous emerges. Contract. Bleeding time, clotting time. Oh, this is so. There's so many stupid methods. Duke's method, Ivy's method. Just make one method. This is stupid. Honestly, stupid. Dumbass shit. Duke's method, everything. Duke's method. Ivy mix clean the skin to forearm. Front of the forearm, let it dry. Apply pressure cuff on the upper arm, inflate. Clotting time. Duke's method and freaking Ivy's method. Then we have 5 to 10 minutes. Then why just do that? Time when the prothrombin time. Rabbit brain extract? Brother, who even thinks of this stuff? Rabbit brain extract? Tissue factor. Never shall we die. Oh my goodness, what on earth? The coffee. Brother. We have methylene blue, methyl alcohol, fusin, leishman solution. Recycle solution is great crystalline blue. Recycle great brilliant crystal blue, sodium citrate formalin. Brilliant crystal blue. Formalin. Brilliant crystal blue, sodium citrate, formalin.
Look, I don't disagree. Look, I.
इस्लामाबाद के E11 सेक्टर के ऐसे हद भाइयों दुआ पढ़ लो सारे अल्लाह $200? That's not that bad. It's not that bad. Yeah. Am I hitting tonight? No. So 2 checks then? So 2 checks then? Ladies and gentlemen, Netflix. Interesting idea, right? Well, it looks like my perfect answer with this app. I hate that baby that goes. Genuinely, I'm not trying to be different, but I just feel like that is the most unfunny thing I've seen in a long time. I think I would just. It's just insulting different aspects of my appearance because then maybe you could get a little bit more creative instead of just pasting that ass image over and over.
Anti
Diagnostic lab Sierra A comes as a blue multicolor code tile breaking pen blood grouping test alcohol swab. You may or may not wipe off the first blood group. Place the two corner drops too close to the edges of the one drop each of the anti-Sera A, anti-Sera B, anti-Sera D reagents in quick succession to the first drop, which is the negative control. Add nothing else but a drop of normal saline. During reagent addition, always take extra care not to touch the tips of the reagent droppers with any of the blood samples. Once the three antisera and normal saline have been added to the test and control blood samples respectively, quickly and thoroughly mix the four blood drops individually using four different toothpicks or matchsticks. Do not and never use the same mixing stick to mix all four drops. Once you have individually mixed all the reagent blood drops, leave the slide undisturbed for 30 seconds to a couple of minutes. At the end of this time period, check for agglutination or clumping of RBCs in the four mixture drops. For quick reference, clumping or agglutination looks something not expected to show clumping, in which case the experiment needs to be repeated. The blood group of the tested blood sample will now depend on which of the three drops on the slide exhibit RBC clumping. This is a photo collage of the various agglutination patterns in the colleagues and
Yo, this was kind of easy. I did my art. List of born with a disease. Sindssygt बात है. क्या कैमरा
गाड़ी के अंदर वो
131, triple response. Lim lead colors easy. Response reaction to skin mechanical injury with a light injury. The injury, the white line appears on the skin with a stronger stimulus. Triple response. White line, white reaction. The white reaction is observed in response to mechanical stimulus of lighter intensity by a blunt pointed object. It is caused by the contraction of the precapillary sphincter that squeeze out blood from the capillaries. Small one is to leave behind a white line. Contraction of the precapillary sphincters rushes the blood out of the small venules, leaving a white line behind. 8 to 10 seconds. This is a lighter intensity blunt trauma object. This will cause a contraction of the precapillary sphincters, which will squeeze the blood from the capillaries and venules, leaving behind a white line. This appears in around 8 to 10 seconds. Then we have a triple response. The triple response is seen when the skin is stroked firmly with a blunt pointed object. Firmly. 3 stages. We have a red line, wheel, and flare. इसमें अब red line है, फिर wheel है, फिर flare. This is the first stage of the triple response and is exhibited as a red line, reddening. This is due to relaxation of the precapillary sphincters due to the direct response of capillaries to pressure. Histamines or kinins released locally from the injured cells. So we have locally injured cells, and initially we'll have the relaxation of the precapillary sphincters now in harder trauma, and this is due to the release of histamines from the cells, the endothelial cells that got damaged. We'll show a red line because the blood flow increases, and this lasts about 8 to 10 seconds. It appears in about 10 seconds. Then we have wheel. After a few minutes, there is local swelling and diffuse redness around the site of injury. Local edema caused by increased permeability to the capillaries and post-capillary venules. Since the blood flow has increased now, so the capillary permeability has now increased, which will cause blood to cause liquid or fluid into the interstitial space, causing swelling. This is wheel. Localized swelling. Flare. It is redness which appears spreading out from the injured site, caused by the arteriolar dilation. Arteriolar dilation, it is due to axon reflex, substance P, and CGRP, calcitonin gene. Released by the nerve fibers. Appears caused by the arteriolar dilation. Axon reflex causes release of neurotransmitters like substance C, released by the nerve fibers, sensory. Alright, so in blunt response, or okay, let's talk about light response. There's a light damage, alright, so we're gonna have a white line appearance, and this happens because of the contraction of the precapillary sphincters, which squeezes the blood out of the capillaries and venules, and this leaves behind a white line. This is the white line, okay. And now if you have a harder trauma, what's going to happen is initially we have the appearance of a red line. This happens because of the relaxation of the precapillary sphincter. This relaxation occurs because when the blunt or hard trauma hits, it causes damage of the wall, of the vessel wall, which is called release of histamine, which leaks out histamine, and histamine causes vasodilation. Which increases, so this causes relaxation of the sphincters, increased blood flow, giving it the red line. It appears in about 10 seconds. Then we have wheel. Wheel is basically the localized swelling which occurs, and this swelling occurs because of the increased blood flow that happened in the red line. We have increased capillary permeability, so there's local edema that occurs because more fluid leaks out of the capillaries into the interstitial fluid. And then we have flare. Flare occurs because of the dilation of the arterioles, precapillary arterioles. Redness which appears. arterial dilation, and this happens because of the axon reflex, which is detected by the nerves. Axon reflex, in which we have the release of neurotransmitters like substance P because of nerve fibers, which are released by nerve fibers. Axon reflex इसमें neurotransmitter release होते हैं like substance P release होता है by nerve fibers, sensory by nerve fibers. We have redness which appears, arterial dilation. So again, one last time for confirmation, we have first the appearance of the white line. The white line white line. White line appears with a light trauma, and this happens because of the contraction of the precapillary sphincters, which squeezes blood away from the capillaries and the venules, and this leaves it behind. The white line appears in about 8 to 10 seconds. Then we have now, if we have a hard sort of trauma, hard impact, we'll have now the triple response. Triple response includes red line, wheal, and flare. Red line is what happens first, and this is because of the relaxation of the precapillary sphincters. This relaxation occurs due to the injured capillary membrane. The injured side releases histamine, and this causes the relaxation of the precapillary sphincters. This increases the blood flow in the area, and this increases the blood flow in the area. So this is causing the initial red line. It appears in about 10 seconds. Then we have wheal. Wheal is the localized swelling which occurs because of the increased blood flow which has happened. There's going to be increased capillary permeability as well, which will cause fluid to leak out into the interstitial fluid, causing local edema. Causes the local. And then lastly, we have flare. Flare is the redness, localized redness that spreads, and this is because of localized redness, and this happens because of the axon reflex, in which neurotransmitters like substance P is released from nerves, sensory nerves, by nerve fibers, sensory C fibers. We have arteriolar dilation. Okay. What is axon reflex? Axon reflex. Okay. Next, we have the ECG. Is a graphic representation of electrical events that take place during one heartbeat. Okay. Dipole is created in the skin. The ECG. Positive of your right arm. Red, yellow, green, black. Red, yellow, green, black. Red, yellow, green, black. Red, yellow, green. Red, yellow, green. Signal. Red, yellow, green, black. Red, yellow, green, black. Red, yellow, green, black. Red, yellow.
Hey everyone, it's Nurse Sarah, and in this video we clean fitness for all electrodes. So we're going to play the left leg. I place the hard. Now I'm going to be, and again, the purple. And how you can remember that, remember this mnemonic. Rainbows yield great beauty, offering peace.
Let's go over placing a 12-lead EKG. First off, know that electrode V6 lead for placement between of the patient's groin. Now, leg leads can be positioned anywhere on the legs. Again, making sure they're symmetrical.
Just on the right margin of turn, just on the left margin, fourth and crossing space. Mid-click clear line. Lead 1 and lead equals to lead 2. Zero 0.2 seconds. 0.04. 0.04 seconds. 0.1 millivolt. Let's see if I bet time between two successful RBs. No, 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 no. Great crystalline blue, crystalline blue, formalin, sodium citrate, B-sax. Brilliant crystal blue, brilliant crystal, brilliant blue, brilliant crystal, recycle, thrombocytes. Total leukocyte count we have for the total leukocyte count we have the Turk solution होता है इसमें, and in this we have the citrate, heme solution, sodium chloride, sodium sulfate, mercury chloride. Glacial acetic acid, gentian violet. Glacial gentian violet, and then we have Leishman stain for the differential leukocyte count, methylene blue, using glacial acetic acid and gentian violet 1%. Third solution, Heyman solution. What is it called? Heyman solution or what? Heyman solution. Heyman solution. Heme solution. Reese-Ecker solution, brilliant crystal blue, formalin, and sodium citrate. Glacial citrate, gentian violet. Glacial acetic acid, gentian violet. I'm gonna take a piss and come. Hmm. No, no la vida, no la vida. Electrical activity, the heart, 12 leads, bipolar lead. Amplifies air signal. Hard to find what could be a higher metallic object. Right. Arterial pulse 111 kilograms blood into the artery systole. We are taking Luco things too. Luco? What do you mean Luco things? I have a practical tomorrow, but I have to perform multiple blood tests. I have to perform ECG. I have to do in the blood test. I have to do the hematocrit test. What's it called? RBC count test. Total leukocyte count test. Differential leukocyte count test. Thrombocyte test. I have to do all of these freaking tests. Apart from that, I have to do the respiratory examination, and jugular venous pulse. What else do I have to do? I mentioned ECG, and I think that's pretty much it. There's also this Sahali's test, Sahali's heman test that I have to perform. That's to know the hemoglobin levels, concentration. What else? That's pretty much it, Loki. And obviously the blood pressure and yeah. What do you mean Luco things? What's a Luco thing? Wonderful testing.
Can you remember the side accounting chamber for a my pre for microscopic
Proximal rapidly becomes a wave of detention. temporal, dorsalis pedis. Rate देखते हैं. Rhythm, the rate, the character, the volume, the strength, the delay. Wait, rhythm, CCDVR. CCDVR. Character, condition of the vessel wall, the character, the weight, the rhythm, the volume, the delay. The character, the condition, the weight, the rhythm, the volume, the delay. CCDVR. The character, the condition of the vessel wall, the delay, volume, rhythm, rate. The character, the condition, the delay, the volume, rhythm, rate. Character is the shape and nature of the pulse. Normal, high, bounding, high volume. Pulses parvus attard, a slow rising aortic stenosis. Low volume. Condition of the vessel wall, hardness, stiffness. Tender inflammation. You see the character, condition of the wall, character, delay, volume, strength. How many beats per minute? Brilliant chrysal blue. Brilliant chrysal blue, formalin, sodium citrate. This is the Resax solution. The Leishman solution. Leishman solution. It has eucin, methylene blue, methyl alcohol. Then we have the Turk solution, which has gentian violet and acetate. Something acetate and water. Gentian. Heme solution. Glacial acetate. Oh my goodness. This is the wave of pressure that travels down to the arteries upon systolic. Expansion. Material है, carotid है. Brachial, femoral, dorsal spears, posterior tibial, popliteal. Superficial, easy to compress against bone, safe and convenient location, comfort, examination. Arterial pulse, aortic regurgitation, aortic stenosis. Pulsus paradoxus. Decrease in the systolic blood pressure and pulse amplitude during inspiration. Pulsus paradoxus is a decrease in blood pressure and pulse amplitude during inspiration. Lowest and outermost point of definite cardiac pulsation in the chest. Forward systolic thrust of the apex of the left ventricle produces a visible cardiac pulsation in the brain. Bro, it's such dumbass language, man. Literally, they just went on ChatGPT, asked it to write some stupid language, man. It'd be much simpler. They're trying to make it difficult and seem like they're fucking smart, but they're actually retarded. Forward systolic thrust of the apex of the left ventricle. सिस्टोली में जो है एपेक्स बाहर निकल आता है, ठीक है, सब पुश हो जाता है, जिसकी वजह से ये पल्स फील होता है. बस सीधी बात है ना, करो ना, उल्टी पुल्टी बात इतना कर.
how to locate apex beat in the palpation part.
Oh,
Apex beat, first of all, what is apex beat?
what the
The
hell is this?
lowest
The
and
lowest and
outermost,
outermost,
most
prominent.
prominent
What the
point of
fuck is this?
definite cardiac impulse where it is felt forcibly. It is called apex beat.
Lowest and outermost, most prominent point of definite cardiac impulse. What is first? It's called apex beat.
Apex beat, what is apex beat? It is the lowest and outermost, most prominent point of the definite cardiac impulse where it is felt forcibly is called apex beat. You have to locate the apex beat. First of all, warm your palm and try to put your palm over the precordium part and feel the most prominent point at which heart is beating under your palm. After that, you have to put the ulnar border of your palm or hand over the most prominent point, and later you have to point the apex beat with the tip of your index finger or middle finger and mark a cross sign. We will see later on in the percussion part what is the location, exact location of the apex beat.
Oh yes, wonderful. Top hat. You see how much more professional this is? You know, the music just makes it much more beautiful.
For the apex beat. This is the most inferior lateral point where the pulsation of the heart is palpable. When it is found, identify its anatomical location to determine if it is displaced. It should be located in the fifth left intercostal space on the midclavicular line. If it is impalpable, locate the fifth left intercostal space on the midclavicular line as the first location for auscultation.
Wow, how wonderful! That was Loki kind of dog shit too.
Hello everyone. In today's medical talk, we are going to study about what is apex beat.
Wow.
Apex beat we will be doing in the examination of the cardiovascular system in the palpation part. We will be trying to find out the impulse of the cardiac beat. So what is the definition of apex beat?
Just get to the point, huh?
Lowermost and the outermost point of definitive cardiac impulse.
Lower and outermost point of the definite cardiac impulse. The left fist should make cautious space.
Half inch medial to the mid-clavicular line. So that is the
Medial to
location of
mid-clavicular
apex beat
line.
in
Oh,
normal
okay.
individuals. And as and when there is a disease, its location is going to change. Thank you for listening.
A lowermost outward sensation of the cardiac forcible impulse, huh? Palpation. Who's this drunk man?
Using the palm of your hand, inspect and palpate the precordium. The contraction of the left ventricle creates the point of maximum impulse, or the PMI. It is normally located at the fifth intercostal space, mid-clavicular line, but can be displaced in cases of left ventricular hypertrophy and heart failure. The PMI can often be difficult to palpate, especially in larger patients. Fifth intercostal space, mid-clavicular line, but can be displaced in cases of left ventricular hypertrophy and heart failure. The PMI can...
Lucky ass man.
Hello everyone, in this video we will study about surface marking of a
Oh yeah, let's go do it on a freaking dumbass.
First you need to palpate left side of clavicle and from midpoint of this clavicle make a vertical line. This is mid-clavicular line. After this you need to palpate suprasternal notch and from here you need to go 5 cm down. You will feel a horizontal raise here. This is sternal angle. Trace this sternal angle laterally towards left side. Here you can feel the second costal cartilage and just below second costal cartilage you can feel the second intercostal space. Now move down your fingers and you can count for the intercostal spaces like 3rd, 4th and 5th intercostal space. In the 5th intercostal space, mark a point which should be 1.25 cm inside the mid-clavicular line. So this is our apex beat. Thanks for watching.
Wow. Suprasternal line going down. Okay. Apex beat. Apex beat, huh? The character, the condition of the vessel wall, the delay, the rate, the rhythm. The outward impulse felt on the chest. Holy. It's an outward impulse which is felt on the chest, all due to the apex of the left body in the wall ring system. Left ventricular hypertrophy to has been displayed downward and lateral. The connection of the vertical causes of the ventricular. Second heart sound similar about it is more taught, so it's a higher frequency.
कितना मजा आएगा वो पेपर यूज करवाए ही ना तुमसे because दो choices होती है ना either he can make you like do it or he'll ask questions तो कितना मजा आएगा he just ask you questions and तुम्हारे सारा procedure जाया हो जाएगा
Why are heart murmurs normally heard in anemia? Because the pressure exerted by the blood on the vessel wall, between the arterial blood pressure, Diastolic pressure was 1/3 of pulse pressure. Tin 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 tin.
Hey everyone, it's Sarah, registered nurse RN.
Turbulence of blood flow are heard by placing the stethoscope over. Auscultatory gap and to get a clear idea about systolic diastolic pressure. Ask the patient to lie down supine, allow him to get comfortable. State release the lock of the mercury reservoir and check that his mercury is at 0 level. Around the upper arm. At least an inch above the cubital fossa. Systolic blood pressure. By removing the cuff, ask the budget subject to stand up.
And today I want to demonstrate how to check a blood pressure manually. First, you'll need to perform hand hygiene and gather your pee. To do that, we want to make sure a patient is sitting down with their arm at heart level and their legs are uncrossed. Now, if they're lying in bed, you would want to make sure that this arm is at heart level. Then what we're going to do is we are going to...
Mr. Cut, brother, look at how this guy is looking at her, bro. What the hell? Look at how this guy's looking at her, bro. Whoa. Konnichiwa. Brother, what? This guy's creeping me out. Oh my goodness.
Now, if they're lying in bed, you would want to make sure that their arm is at heart level. Then what we're going to do is we are going to get our stethoscope and...
I want the staff to look at me like this. You know the big black staff with the mustache? Oh my days. The big black physio staff. I hope no one else comes in the stream.
Because this is the artery we're going to be listening to get our blood pressure, because we're going to be getting our systolic number, which is that top number. And
Yeah, if you have physio, you're chilling, don't worry.
And then our
If you have anything except physio, you're cooked.
and this is the point where we know
Every single examiner is the most chill human being on the planet. And you know, Sir Shoaib is even more chill than Sir Alamgir, somehow. I don't know how someone can even achieve that, but that is Sir Shoaib. Insane, genuine insane. Bro, he was taking vibe of two people together. Like, I came in the room, I was waiting for my turn, he was like, Tum aajo baito, baito, baito. And so he was taking the vibe of the first person, okay? And then I was sitting, and then whenever that person made a mistake, he looked at me, he was like, haan, chalo batao. Sahi kya rahe, galat? I said, no, yes, yes, yes. And then he was like, yes, 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 okay. He was taking two vibes at the same time. Stupid hard. Bro, the people who are saying he was asking stupid hard questions are the people who didn't study. He was asking the easiest questions. Literally, check the freaking group. It's the most basic concept, bro. They're asking in Thovin's law, and someone doesn't know the answer to Thovin's law. Whose fault is that, bro? It's freaking basics. Venous return, he's asking about the baroreceptor reflex. Literally the most basic things a person can ask. Renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system. The refractory period. Pacemaker potential. But buddy, like, how much easier do you want it to be? Iftikhar I didn't take with him. He left midway, and then Ma'am Talat came, and she was chill as well. Unke saath acha gaya. She took my block 1, Sir Alamgir took block 2, and block 3 was Sir Shoaib.
no longer hear the sound. So whenever we're looking at the gauge of our blood pressure cuff, we want to make sure we're really noting those points, because that's going to tell us our systolic and diastolic.
I like your waxing, girl.
So what we're going to do is we're going to put our cuff on our patient.
Auscultate, well, heart sounds. What do you mean? How do auscultate? वही position है ना? ये left, fifth. उन position पे करना, उसके अलावा तो नहीं करना ना कुछ. वो 4 positions ही हैं. What do you mean? Like, you just have to place it. Approach from right. Right side of patient. ठीक है, ठीक है. अच्छा, मतलब जो जिस side of instructor, we have to make sure the instructor can see what's going on. That's what you're saying. And what will we say? Like, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम मार है, आज मैं आपका सीने का मुआयना करूँगा. Is that what's gonna happen? क्या बोलना है मैंने? Auscultating with carotid pulse. क्या वो mitral valve में जो होता है? What do you mean with carotid pulse? You should know how to differentiate between first and second heart sound. ये तो पता है. First की low pitch है, second की high pitch है. First को longer duration है, second का faster है. और क्या बोले? क्या मतलब? In positions, first heart sound we can find it in the apex. Apex पे अच्छा नहीं while talking the अच्छा. Because the first heart sound sounds like lub. I mean, first heart sound is strongest in the apex. Second heart sound होती है strongest in क्या? Bass. Bass पे strongest होती है. Second heart sound. Can we say it like this? Or should we just say duration? लेकिन वो duration इतने कम milliseconds है, can a person even differentiate? Coincides with the carotid pulse. वो systolic वाली होगी probably in वो जो S1 है. तो क्या मतलब? So at the same time मैं carotid pulse लूँ and then मैं साथ साथ वो check करूँ? Is that what you're telling me? I'll just search a video. Okay. How to differentiate S1, S2 with death.
So you know whenever you're listening to a patient's heart sounds and you hear lub dub?
Lub dub.
Have you ever wondered what exactly is making that noise? It's the closure of the...
Buddy, I'm asking how to check it.
With that, gallops, which can accompany a very loud closing almost when he's in. But aortic and pulmonic valve, these two are actually flipped, like so. The aortic valve is now over here, and the pulmonic valve is here. So when this person takes
the thing, damn.
Valve, it's one of the sounds that you might. The diaphragm is useful for hearing all of the different. So that they're. We're going to invest here S2 up. Now, in some patients, U4 blood backfilling into the heart, then has to be ejected. So that.
As you move difficult skill, pairing this with the sounds you hear with your stethoscope.
Here you go, here's the video.
First start out, this might be a difficult skill to learn, but this is easily accomplished by palpating the right carotid pulse, as you also
right carotid pulse.
Pairing this with the sounds you hear with your stethoscope. As you palpate the carotid pulse, remember that each carotid upstroke coincides with one cardiac cycle, and therefore also one systole-diastole cycle. The first sound you hear before the carotid upstroke is S1, and the sound following the carotid upstroke is the S2. Let's slow this down a bit. You'll want to time each carotid upstroke or pulse to each sound you hear. The sound you hear before the carotid upstroke is S1, and the sound you hear after is S2.
I see. Well, Mr. Saad, if this comes in tomorrow, you just saved my ass.
Very difficult or even necessary for simple sounds. However, for those of you new to auscultation, figuring out when systole and diastole occur is an absolute prerequisite before you start identifying murmurs and extra hard sounds. Take this sound for example. You hear the rhythmic alternating of sounds, but which is S1 and S2? If you were to palpate the carotid and feel an upstroke here, then you would label this S1, since it's before the upstroke, and this S2, given it is after the upstroke. In this sound there's a murmur, but is it systolic or diastolic? By identifying S1 and S2, you can narrow the murmur as either being systolic or diastolic, and from there, narrow your differential diagnoses as to what might be causing the murmur. In this case, the carotid upstroke is felt here, then this would be S1, and this S2, making this a
How to feel carotid pulse. I always want to do that correctly. Real quick. Yeah, no, I read it in the book. I know it's the systole that coincides with it. My S1, then S that and that, okay.
Locate the patient's trachea, also known as
Abhi ek khuli hua hai, pichla page hai, literally I can just open
Using
it.
2 fingers, slide into the groove and apply gentle pressure.
Alright, man. Good luck. Good luck for that shit. You don't got much time, but I believe in you. While auscultating, feel the carotid pulse. First heart sound coincides with the carotid pulse. Alright.
Until you feel a thump. Patient's trachea, also known as windpipe, in the center of the neck. Using 2 fingers, slide into the groove and apply gentle pressure until you feel a thump. This is the carotid pulse. A few important things.
Oh my goodness, that is a strong pulse. What the hell?
One side at a time, as you don't want to occlude blood flow to the brain. Also, use your index and middle finger and not your
Oh my goodness, that is a strong ass pulse. That has some strong character.
And we want to make sure we find the brachial artery. This is the artery we palpate that we'll be using to determine our blood pressure. And it's found in the bend of the arm. So we're going to find it. And it is located here. And we're going to look at our cuff. And our cuff has these arrows. And because this is the left arm, we're going to make sure that this arrow is pointing in that direction of where that artery is. So you're going to put the cuff up about 2 inches above the bend of the arm. First, what we want to do is stretch it up because and we're going to look at our cuff. And our cuff has these arrows. And because this is the left arm, we're going to make sure that this arrow is pointing in that direction of where that artery is. So you're going to put the cuff up about 2 inches above the bend of the arm. First, what we want to do is we want to estimate the systolic pressure. So we want to find that number. To do cuff and delay, I need to estimate the systolic pressure on which to systolic, the point where I no longer feel the artery. I'm going to take the cuff, 130 millimeters of mercury per second. And we're listening for that first sound, which is our systolic number. Okay, it's 104. And we're listening for that last sound. And it was 78. So the blood pressure is 104 over 70. Like 130 to 80. Elevated and a diastolic less than 120 and a diastolic less than 80. Is a cardiac normal 7 to 20 and a diastolic 120 to 129 and a line would be a systolic. More video.
Or connects above the right 8. The internal jugular vein's pulsations are not readily observable since it lies deeper within the neck. Its pulsation, though weak, can be observed just ventromedial to the patient's upper vein starts. Jugular vein is still distended. The start 5 centimeters roughly represents the patient's dBP of about 7 centimeters of water, which is within the intense
Assess for jugular venous distension, have the patient lie supine on the exam table at a 45-degree angle.
Hi, my name's Zach. This is Harrison. Today we're talking about measuring jugular venous pressure, or JVP. So let's get right into it. We'll assume for today that you've already...
The why? The why? The why? Ah. The internal jugular vein enters the neck behind the mastoid process. Hold on, let's have a look where this vein is. Internal jugular vein. Let's have a look at this. Cleidamastoid muscle. This is the sternocleidomastoid muscle. We've got the brachiocephalic vein, subclavian vein, internal jugular. Sternal and clavicular heads. Cannot be seen. Diffuse pulsation is visible. The pressure in the internal jugular is elevated. GBP is best examined on the patient's right side. On the patient's right side, so over here. Atrial the atrial systole, and continues gradually as a ventricular contraction when the AV valves bulge into the atria. And the atrioventricular valves are pulled down by the contracting. When the atrioventricular valves, AC valves are pulled down by the contracting ventricular muscle. We have the white line. White line happens because of light trauma. Light trauma causes the constriction of contraction of the precapillary sphincters, which causes blood to squeeze out from the capillaries and the venules away and leaving a white line behind. Happens in around 8 to 10 seconds. Now, if we have a heart trauma, we're going to have a triple response, which is made up of red line, wheel, and flare. Red line occurs in the beginning. We have a red line. It just happens in 10 seconds, and what happens is we have the relaxation of the precapillary sphincter. This happens because whenever there's damage to the endothelial wall, this causes release of histamine, which causes vasodilation. Histamine, which causes the relaxation of these sphincters, allowing increased blood flow. Causing the red line appearance in around 10 seconds. After that, we have wheel. Wheel is basically the localized swelling that occurs, and this happens because of the increased capillary permeability, because of the increased blood flow that already happened. This causes fluid to move outside into the interstitial fluid, leak it there, and causing localized edema. And then lastly, we have the flare. This is the redness that spreads out from this area. The redness is spreading out from this area, and this happens because of the arteriolar vasodilation. And this arteriolar dilation occurs because of arteriolar vasodilation. This occurs because of the axon reflex, in which the neurotransmitters such as something P, synapse P, is released from the nerve axons. Nerve. Recycle brilliant crystal blue. Substance B. Made by nerve fibers. ठीक है, पता. Atrial pressure rises during atrial systole. ठीक है. The atrioventricular valves are pulled down. It has no valves.
Hi, this is Tom from ZeroToFinals.com. In this video, I want to talk about assessing the Hi, this is Tom from ZeroToFinals.com. In this video, I want to talk about assessing the jugular venous pressure, or JVP. And this is quite a difficult topic, so my aim here is to really take it slow and explain simply so that you can really follow along each part of the JVP waveform and what you're seeing. So what is the JVP? Well, the JVP is a way to indirectly measure the pressure in the right atrium and in the venous system. So if the pressure in the right atrium is higher, then the JVP will be higher. High pressure in the right atrium, and therefore a raised JVP, can be caused by four things mainly. heart failure, fluid overload, constrictive pericarditis, and cardiac tamponade.
Heart failure, fluid overload, constrictive pericarditis.
So how do we assess the JVP? Well, the jugular venous pressure, or the JVP, is assessed by looking at the right internal jugular vein. And this is a vein in the neck that can be visualized between the medial clavicle and the earlobe, and it runs underneath the sternocleidomastoid muscle. Bear in mind that the external jugular vein can be seen lateral to the internal jugular vein, and we don't use the external jugular for the JVP. We use the right JVP for assessment as this sits most directly above the right atrium, so it gives us the best indication of what's happening in the right atrium. So to visualize the JVP, have the patient sit on their back at an angle of 45 degrees, and get them to turn their head slightly to the left. And it's quite useful to shine a light diagonally across the patient's neck so that you can see the change in shadows as you get that JVP pulsation. And what you'll see is a pulsation, a bit like a wave in the neck, with 2 pulses for each contraction of the heart. So if you feel the patient's pulse and watch their neck, for each beat that you feel with your fingers, you'll see 2 pulses in the JVP. And really it's more of a pulse and a bit like a wave change in shadows as you get that JVP pulsation. And what you'll see is a pulsation, a bit like a wave in the neck, with 2 pulses for each contraction of the heart. So if you feel the patient's pulse and watch their neck, for each beat that you feel with your fingers, you'll see 2 pulses in the JVP. And really it's more of a flutter underneath the sternocleidomastoid muscle rather than directly being able to visualize the vein. You can distinguish it from the carotid pulse in 2 ways. Firstly, because it has 2 pulses for each beat of the heart, so it will have twice the number of pulses as the carotid pulse. And you can also try to feel it with your fingers, and a carotid pulse will have a pulsation that you can palpate, whereas a JVP won't give you a palpable pulsation, so you won't be able to feel anything with your fingers. Another way to check whether what you're seeing is the JVP is to press on the liver or press in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen, and this will cause a temporary rise in a JVP, and this is called the hepatojugular reflex. To measure the height of the JVP, find the angle of the sternum, or the sternal angle, and measure vertically from this point, and then assess where the JVP is. And the vertical height from the sternal angle to the level of the JVP is the height of the JVP. So a normal JVP height is less than 3 centimeters, so a height above 3 centimeters would be considered a raised JVP. Next, let's talk about the JVP waveform, and there's 5 is the height of the sternum, jugular reflex. To measure the height of the JVP, find the angle of the sternum, or the sternal angle, and measure vertically from this point, and then assess where the JVP is. And the vertical height from the sternal angle to the level of the JVP is the height of the JVP.
Height of the
So
JVP.
normal JVP height is less than 3 centimeters, so a height above 3 centimeters would be considered a raised JVP. Next, let's talk about the JVP waveform, and there's 5 parts of the JVP waveform: the A wave, the first part of the X descent, the C wave, the second part of the X descent, the V wave, and then the Y descent. And after finishing this video, I think it's worth practicing just drawing and labeling this waveform for yourself and commit it to memory. And that should only take a couple of minutes, but it will really help to consolidate your understanding and make it easier when you start looking at the JVP to work out what's going on. So let's go through each wave and what is happening during them as far as the right atrium. And to do that, I want to use this simplified diagram that shows the internal jugular vein in the neck, which drains into the superior vena cava, and then underneath you can see the inferior vena cava. Then there's the right atrium, tricuspid valve, the right ventricle, and the pulmonary valve that then leads into the pulmonary arteries that go into the lungs. The A wave happens during atrial contraction. So the right atrium is contracting against blood that's inside it. And this pushes the blood through the tricuspid valve and into the right ventricle, so contracting against blood that's inside it. And this pushes the blood through the tricuspid valve and into the right ventricle. But the increased pressure in the right atrium not only forces the blood downwards, but also upwards, so the level of the blood in the internal jugular vein rises. And this rise is the A wave. The X descent is caused by relaxation of the atria, and the blood flows into the relaxed atria from the internal jugular vein, and this causes a drop in the JVP. At the start of the X descent, there's also blood flowing from the atria into the ventricle to complete the ventricular filling, and this also leads to a fall in the JVP. Next, we need to talk about the C wave. At the start of systolic contraction, the right ventricle contracts and squeezes blood out into the pulmonary artery, and this pressure pushes up against the closed tricuspid valve and causes it to bulge slightly into the atria. And this pressure into the atria from that bulging tricuspid valve extends into the superior vena cava, into the internal jugular vein, and creates this rise in the JVP that we call the C wave. The remainder of the X descent is caused by the final pass of the right ventricular contraction, where it's squeezed so small that it creates space in the pericardium, or the sac that fills the heart, for the right atrium to fill. So basically, the ventricle becomes very small and creates more space inside that sac so that the atrium has space to fill out. This acts a bit like a vacuum. The ventricle shrinks and creates space inside the pericardium for the atrium to fill, so they expand and suck in blood, which causes the JVP to fall. The remainder of the X descent is caused by the final pass of the right ventricular contraction, where it's squeezed so small that it creates space in the pericardium, or the sac that fills the heart, for the right atrium to fill. So basically, the ventricle becomes very small and creates more space inside that sac so that the atrium has space to fill out. This acts a bit like a vacuum. The ventricle shrinks and creates space inside the pericardium for the atria to fill, so they expand and suck in blood, which causes the JVP to fall. The V wave comes next, and this happens when the atria relaxes and the right atrium starts to fill with blood. At this point, the tricuspid valve is still closed at the end of systolic contraction of the ventricles, and as the atria fills completely, this filling starts to occur higher up into the superior vena cava, the internal jugular vein, and as a result, the JVP rises, and this is the V wave. The atrium starts to fill, so they expand and suck in blood, which causes the JVP to fall. The V wave comes next, and this happens when the atria relaxes and the right atrium starts to fill with blood. At this point, the tricuspid valve is still closed at the end of systolic contraction of the ventricles, and as the atrium fills completely, this filling starts to occur higher up into the superior vena cava, the internal jugular vein, and as a result, the JVP rises, and this is the V wave. And then finally, the Y descent occurs when the tricuspid valve opens and all the blood flows from the right atrium into the right ventricle. And this emptying of the right atria causes the JVP to fall. At this point, the whole cycle restarts and the atria contracts and causes an A wave and so on. So let's go through it all again briefly as a summary. The A wave is caused by AP, left ventricle by fibrillation, because the right atrium is not contracting in a coordinated way. And remember that the coordinated atrial contraction is what causes the A waves. So this makes a lot of sense. Large A waves can be caused by anything that makes flow from the right atria to the right ventricle more difficult, because the atria will be contracting from large A into the right atrium back through the tricuspid valve into the JVP form of the JVP to memory patients as you can and get used to examining their JVP.
Lie down just ahead of the couch of 30 degrees. Observe carefully the neck vein on the upper level of the venous pulsation. So high that the venous pulsation obscured.
Already wash your hands and consent to the patient. Begin with your patient at 45 degrees. This is especially important, as you'll soon see. Ask them to look away from you, up to their left, and try to make out a pulsation in their internal jugular vein, which is located between the sternal and clavicular heads of the sternocleidomastoid, which is located, and try to make out a pulsation in their internal jugular vein, which is located between the sternal and clavicular heads of the sternocleidomastoid muscle. However, the pulsation is difficult to see and may not even be visible in a healthy patient. The important thing is to differentiate it from the carotid pulse. Unlike the carotid pulse, the JVP is non-palpable and consists of 2 beats per cardiac cycle rather than 1. If you're uncertain, you can apply gentle pressure to the abdomen to see if the JVP rises as a result of the abdominal jugular reflex. If the JVP is visible, its height is measured from the sternal angle, perpendicular to the ground, as demonstrated here. The JVP gives an indication as to the pressure in the venous system. You can think of it as the column of blood waiting to fill the right atrium from above. The higher the column, the higher the pressure. The JVP is a particularly complex and difficult topic. The pressure. The JVP is a particularly complex and difficult topic, but learning to identify a raised JVP is a good first step. Remember, this is one of the tricky... Your elements of cardiovascular exam. Keep looking and comparing the findings of those more experienced. As with everything. Hey guys, thanks for watching.
Assess for jugular venous distension. Have the patient.
Hi, my name's Zach, this is Harrison, and today we're going to be taking through the basics of respiratory examination. Any clinical exam, or are they comfortable at rest? A silent chest is a worrying thing. This is a good time to measure the respiratory rate, an often overlooked but vital observation. Count breaths over 15 seconds and multiply by 4 to give breaths per minute. Try to avoid letting the patient know that you're doing this, as awareness of one's breathing can alter the result. Now, look in the hands for any peripheral signs of respiratory disease, and take a look at your patient's face for any signs of anemia or hypoxia. Now let's check the tracheal position. Warn the patient of imminent discomfort. Then feel the trachea by placing your index and ring fingers over the clavicle and palpating the windpipe with your middle finger. Is that trachea in the midline? Or is it deviated to one side? Check for lateral displacement of the apex beat for a better idea of whether the respiratory tract has shifted due to thoracic pathology. Now we make it onto the chest itself. Start by having a good look. Notice anything unusual? Pay close attention to scars and deformities. Now when examining the lungs themselves, make a note of any asymmetry. Now, watch your thumbs as they move. As the patient breathes in and out, place your hands over the patient's chest, like so your thumbs are touching. As the patient breathes in and out, watch your thumbs as they move apart. Are both sides still the same, or is there a difference? We now move on to assess what's going on inside the chest. There are 3 ways to do this, and the first one is percussion. To what's going on in the apices. Then, continue down the chest, tapping in the intercostal spaces. The lungs should give a healthy resonant percussion note. A dull note suggests an underlying solid mass, while a hyperresonant percussion note. The lungs should give a healthy resonant percussion note. A dull note suggests an underlying solid mass, while a hyperresonant note may indicate a pneumothorax. Comparing one side to the other is the best way to... Time was incorrectly called, often performed incorrectly, tactile vocal fremitus. Now this is often performed incorrectly. The phrase 99 was incorrectly quoted from the German 99, chosen for its delightful low-pitched diphthongs. Instead of 99, ask the patient to say blue balloons.
Blue balloons.
Or boy oh boy, while you feel over their intercostal spaces. Increased vibration once again suggests underlying consolidation, something more solid than air. Finally, it's time to use your stethoscope. Then, work your way down the chest with the diaphragm, comparing the 2 sides as you go. Finally, it's time to use your stethoscope. Listen first to the apices by placing the bell of your stethoscope in the supraclavicular fossa. Then, work your way down the chest with the diaphragm, comparing the 2 sides as you go. Listen for those breath sounds. Do they sound louder or quieter than they ought to? Increased breath sounds, once again, suggest consolidation. Do you hear anything else? Wheezes perhaps? or crackles? Note what you hear and where you hear it. Always tricky lung bases on the other side of that chest wall. Finish by thanking the patient and getting them covered back up.
Hi, my name's Zach, this is Harrison, and today we're going to be taking through the basics of the cardiovascular examination.
Now there are a number of things you should do before any clinical exam. For brevity's sake today, I'll just say clean hands and consent. Start by taking a good look at your patient from the bottom of the bed. Are they in any obvious pain or discomfort, or are they comfortable at rest? Next, take a look at the hands for any peripheral signs of cardiovascular disease. Have a feel of the radial pulse. Measure blood pressure using a sphygmomanometer and take a look at your patient's face for any signs of anemia or hypoxia. In the neck, feel for the carotid pulse. It can be found medial to the sternocleidomastoid muscle. Never feel both carotid arteries at the same time. Patients can be rather attached to their brain's blood supply. While you're at it, don't forget to measure the JVP. Now we can move on to examine the chest itself. Start by having a good look. Notice anything unusual? Pay close attention for scars, deformities, and in situ pacemakers. Once you've done that, you can feel for the apex beat, a palpable heartbeat normally located in the fifth intercostal space, in the mid-clavicular line. The location of the apex beat gives you an idea as to the size and location of the heart. An apex beat displaced laterally may suggest, amongst other things, left ventricular hypertrophy. Now, have a good feel for heaves and thrills. Heaves a heaving heart muscle. Again, important to think valves. Now, we're going to take you through where to place your stethoscope, but it's important to listen and to think, not just go through the motions. Try to identify the first two heart sounds, then listen for anything extracurricular. Start by listening to the apex, first with the bell, and then with the diaphragm. Next, listen over the tricuspid area, that's just left of the sternum in the fifth intercostal space. Next, listen either side of the sternum in the second intercostal space. That's the pulmonary area on the left, and the aortic on the right. For more on this, check out our video on identifying heart murmurs. Before you put your stethoscope away, lean the patient forward and have a listen to the back. We're listening for crackles in the lung bases, a worrying sign of pulmonary congestion. To save him finished? No.
Is visible pulsation of the internal jugular vein reflecting pressure change in the right atrium during the cardiac cycle. It's the visible pressure. Cardiac tamponade. JVP is easy. Bismillah. Solution में है junctional violet acetate. Solution में है glacial gentian violet है glacial acetic acid, but I'm never gonna remember this. Glacial acetic acid. Drug solution, glacial acetic acid. Drug solution, and then Leishman. Bro, what are these names? Leishman stain, methylene blue, methyl alcohol, eosin. And then Reese Vax, Vacaris. What are these names? Res Ecker? What type of mother are you to name your son Res Ecker? Reese Ecker solution, bro. Dumbass. Brilliant crystal blue, sodium citrate, and formalin water. Anyways, glacial citrate, glacial acetate, glacial citrate. I don't know already. I already forgot that. Glacial acetic acid, acetic acetate, acetic acid, acetate. Acetic acid is acetate. Glacial acetate. Well, this guy genuinely triggers me, man. Genuinely triggers me. I want to see his face. Inspection, palpation, percussion, and auscultation. Short, broad, deep, and flat, and then people short, broad, and deep. Barrel shaped. Okay. Rate, rhythm, type of respiration. Abdominal, thoracic in adults. Abdominal, thoracic versus thoraco. Women. Thoracic, abdominal. Vocal fremitus are the vibrations that are felt on the chest when something utters a sound. Vocal fremitus is increasing consolidation. Consolidation is just consolidation. Stronger or more solid. Lung. Would that be in fibrosis? Pneumonia? Pulmonary edema? Pneumonia or pulmonary edema? What's pleural effusion? Pleural effusion. On the pleural cavity. Why is vocal fremitus decreased in pleural effusion but increased in consolidation. Dive deeper. Vocal fremitus is palpable vibration of the chest. Air fluid and solid tissue. Pleural effusion will decrease fremitus. Fluid builds up between the lung and the chest wall. This fluid acts as a barrier, blocking the transmission of sound vibrations from the lung to the chest wall. Fluids fill space, resulting in decreased or absent vocal fremitus. Consolidation increases. Lung consolidation is a condition like pneumonia involves the placement of air in the alveoli. Fluid or solid. This makes the lung tissue denser. But why does fluid block transmission one place but increase in another? Up to the physics of the vibrating lung parenchyma. Scattered. Oh. Inside the lung, its tissues are replacing the air. From solid, denser medium. Not sure if physically continues. So, in cases like pneumonia, vocal fremitus is increased. Vocal fremitus in pneumothorax decreased or absent. Barrier under the consolidation. Why does vocal fremitus decrease in bronchial asthma? Air trapping. Like emphysema may be vocal fremitus decrease over there. Consolidation में increase होती है pneumonia. Vocal resonance. Is vocal resonance same as vocal fremitus? But do they increase and decrease due to the same conditions? Pneumonia would increase vocal resonance. Denser tissue. Of your in the space between the lung, just air accumulation, pneumothorax. I get it now. I get it. I get it. You guys are disturbing my 7. What do you mean? What a dumbass. Hey Siri, what's the temperature?
It's 13 degrees right now.
Here we come, here we go, we gotta rock. Here we come. Here we go. We gotta rock. Oh, I'm getting nerfed, bro.
فلتخبروا من بعدكم من زاركم أن العطايا حفظ
Owning a 12-foot ladder in New York is a probable sign of success. Good enough break. The vocal fremitus increases when there is consolidation, so like pneumonia. So inside the lungs, like upper sac and shit, insert tissue formation. वहाँ पे vocal fremitus increase होता है. लेकिन अगर उससे बाहर हो तो distance between between the lung and the chest wall that increases. फिर से वो जो transmittance of the vibrations वो कम हो जाता है. So in pneumothorax, pleural effusion, vocal fremitus decrease होता है, vocal resonance भी decrease होता है, vocal resonance increase होता है in consolidation. Direct and indirect percussion notes. Fleximeter finger. Fleximeter finger. Flexor और fleximeter finger होता है. By striking an area that has increased tissue density. Pleural effusion has increased tissue density. Orthodox does not have more resonance. कंसोलिडेशन में डल नोट है, प्यूरिफाई में स्टोनी डल है। वहाँ डेंसिटी जहाँ बढ़ जाए, इसी डेंसिटी बढ़ जाए। Too much air. The resonance. What else can I talk about? Fleximeter, flexi. तीन loud है, very loud. कंपनी होती है. डलनेस में मीडियम. Pneumonia, pleural effusion, consolidation, tumor fibrosis इन सब में होता है. Resonance, emphysema, COPD, low pitch. Okay. Breath sounds. are the noises produced by air moving through the respiratory system. Inspection, palpation, percussion, rotation. Low pitched and rustling character. High pitched. The inspiratory sounds are intense. The whole of inspiration. The distinct pause. Low pitched and rustling. Soft, vesicular sounds are soft and low pitched. Inspiration is longer than expiration, no pause. Bronchus. Inspiration. Bronchi. Crepitation. दो किस्म की हैं, we have bronchial and vesicular. Vesicular are heard throughout the lung and smaller airways as well. And basically in this, this is a low pitch sound, and it's low pitch rustling sound, and the inspiration is directly followed by the expiration with no pause, but the expiration is less. Its expiration sound is less, heard less than the inspiration. Inspiration sound is longer. And then we have the bronchial, which is sort of a bronchus and trachea, the larger airways basically. This is a loud, high pitched sound, and inspiration and expiration are the equal lengths, but there's a pause between inspiration and expiration. ऐसे normally जो है ना lungs जो है air filled होते हैं and elastic होते हैं and they filter the high pitch sound but they let the low pitch sound go. And the low pitch is the vesicular sound. That's why normally you hear the vesicular sounds. Transmit sound waves from air frequencies. Brilliant crystal blue. Brilliant crystal blue. Formalin, sodium citrate. Glacial acetic acid, glacial acetate, and Gentian's violet 1%. 1.5 ml को जो डाई कराता है in the nucleus hemolysis of RBCs. Leishman stain is for differential leukocytes on methylene blue. Using methyl alcohol. Methylene blue stains the acidic bar. Leishman. Reese-Ecker solution. Brilliant crystal blue. Brilliant crystal blue, it is. 0.1 grams. Stains the platelets. Sodium citrate. Reese-Ecker solution. Leishman. Leishman or Leishman? Leishman. Leishman. Reese-Ecker solution. Anyways. The consolidation, let's see this. We have vocal resonance frequency consolidation में consolidation में increase होगा. क्यों increase होगा vocal resonance frequency? Because now we have a higher density of tissue जिसके अंदर inside of the lung, जिसकी वजह से vibrations and sound can travel faster. Percussion note in consolidation will be dull. Stony dull. Breath sounds will be bronchial. Breath sounds will be decreased. Vocal resonance decreased. Percussion note will be stony dull. Hyper-resonant. Bronchi. Repetitions. Repetitions of continuous low-pitched coarse gurgling or snoring sound cause air passage through large airways that are narrowed. Position of the trachea, apex bead, shape of the chest and deformities.
इंस्पेक्शन में 4 पार्ट होते हैं। सबसे पहले होती है इंस्पेक्शन, उसके बाद पाल्पेशन, परकशन और एक्सल्टेशन। जो इंस्पेक्शन होती है उसमें आपने पेशेंट को टच नहीं करना होता, आपने नेकेड आई से पेशेंट को ऑब्जर्व करना होता है और जो अगले स्टेप है उसमें आप पेशेंट को टच कर सकते हैं। एक और बात, आपने जब चेस्ट को एग्जामिन करने की कमांड आती है इसका मतलब है जस्ट एंड ऑफ चेस्ट। इसमें आपने चेस्ट के पोजीशन को और चेस्ट की साइज को भी इन तीनों चीजों को ये 4 चीजें करेंगे, इंस्पेक्शन, पाल्पेशन, परकशन और एक्सल्टेशन। ये 4 चीजें आपने याद से ध्यान से करेंगे। अगर आप जस्ट एंड साइड करोगे, पोस्टीरियर साइड और लेटरल साइड नहीं करोगे, एग्जाम में आपको नहीं मिलेगा। अच्छा जी, अब हम कहते हैं पेशेंट का एग्जामिनेशन। ये स्टूडेंट अब स्टार्ट करेंगे आपके चेस्ट एग्जामिनेशन का प्रैक्टिकल। इस चेस्ट एग्जामिनेशन में सबसे पहले आपने जब आपने एसोसिएशन के बारे में लिखा है कैसे पेशेंट का चेस्ट एग्जामिन करें, आपने एक घंटे से कहना मैं पेशेंट को एक्सपोज करवाना चाहता हूं, वो कहेंगे आप ऐसे ही करेंगे समझ में आती है, ठीक हो गया। उसके बाद आपने पेशेंट को अप्रोच करना है, आपने करना है अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं डॉक्टर वैसे मैं आपके सीए का मुआयना करूंगा, नीचे जो है आपको कोई परेशानी नहीं होगी, आपको कोई परेशानी होती है आप मुझे बता सकते हैं, आपको मुझे कोई पे रोक दिया जाएगा। उसके बाद पेशेंट को आपने 45 डिग्री के एंगल पे आराम से दिखा देना है, पेशेंट लेट जाएगा, फिर आपने ऑब्जर्व करना है आई पेशेंट के चेस्ट। ये पहला स्टेप है इंस्पेक्शन। अब इंस्पेक्शन में जो स्टेप है आपने ध्यान रखना है। आप खड़े होकर आपने पेशेंट के चेस्ट को एग्जामिन किया, आपने सामने ब्लड देखो कहना स्टार्ट कर दिया, चेस्ट की एक एलिवेशन और एक डिप्रेशन, ये एक काउंट होता है, एक डेथ, ठीक हो गया। आपने ब्लड देखो कर दिया, उसके बाद आप यहां देखना है कि आपके चेस्ट दोनों साइड पे इक्वल है, कोई डिफॉर्मिटी तो नहीं है, कोई डिसऑर्गनाइजेशन, कोई स्कार, कोई इंजरी का कोई तरह की। उसके बाद आपने क्या करना है, आपने पेशेंट के लेवल पे नीचे बैठना है, जिस लेवल पे पेशेंट का चेस्ट है ना आपने वहां बैठना है, देखना है कि लाइट ऑफ सेम है, चेस्ट की एक एलिवेशन और एक डिप्रेशन, ये एक काउंट होता है, एक डेथ, ठीक हो गया। आपने ब्लड देखो कर दिया, उसके बाद आप यहां देखना है कि आपके चेस्ट दोनों साइड पे इक्वल है, कोई डिफॉर्मिटी तो नहीं है, कोई डिसऑर्गनाइजेशन, कोई स्कार, कोई इंजरी का कोई तरह की। उसके बाद आपने क्या करना है, आपने पेशेंट के लेवल पे नीचे बैठना है, जिस लेवल पे पेशेंट का चेस्ट है ना आपने वहां बैठना है, देखना है कि लाइट ऑफ सेम हो रही है या नहीं हो रही, आपको कोई एब्डोमिनल फाइंडिंग नहीं मिली। उसके बाद आपने क्या करना है, उसके बाद आपने जाना है पेशेंट के फुट एंड पे। ये चीज़ें आपने मस्ट करनी है, आपका एग्जाम में आपको एग्जाम करना होगा। अगर आप ये चीज़ें नहीं करेंगे आपको नंबर नहीं मिलेंगे। आपने जाना है पेशेंट को करके आपने पेशेंट के टेस्ट को एग्जाम करना है, पेशेंट का टेस्ट इक्वली लाइव इक्वली फॉलो कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा, इस साइड से आपको डिजिटल कंसेशन की स्टार आपको फॉलो कर आती है नहीं आती, उसके बाद आपने पेशेंट के लर्न नीचे जाना है और आपने एग्जाम करना है कि क्या पेशेंट का जो टेस्ट है इक्वली लाइव इक्वली फॉलो कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा। ये चीज़ें होंगी इस सेक्शन में। उसके बाद आगे हमारी पार्टिशन। अब पार्टिशन क्या चीज़ें, पार्टिशन सबसे पहले आपने पेशेंट पूछना है कि आप चीज़ें नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं नहीं है, आपने एक दफा सीने इस तरह आपके एक लेना है किसी जगह पे उसको दर्द कर रहे हैं,
सीने में गिर तो नहीं आपको।
नंबर 2 आप क्या पेशेंट का एरिया कि वो सेंट्रलाइज है या नहीं। अब आपको बता दूं आप कैसे करना है। अच्छा जब आप क्या करना है, ये आपके पेशेंट की है सेल है, आपने इन दोनों के साथ ये वाली टीम है ये वाली टीम है, आपने इस तरह नहीं है और यहाँ वाली टीम से आपने कनेक्ट कर दिया को कि क्या चीज़ें सेंट्रलाइज है या नहीं। ये आपका स्टेप नंबर 2 हो गया। अच्छा जब स्टेप नंबर 2 क्या है, आपने अपने हाथ को रखना है पेशेंट की चेस्ट के इस तरफ और अब आपने उन्हें इनको बहुत से देखना है पेशेंट कहने गहरा सांसें, ठीक है सांसें, आपने उनको देखी इस तरह की मूवमेंट हो रही है, इस मूवमेंट से पता चलेगा कि चेस्ट है एक्सपेंड हो रहा है, मतलब है हमेशा क्या चेक करना है मूवमेंट करेंगे उसको, उसमें आपने क्या करना है ये इस तरह के सामने आपने अपना हाथ पेशेंट के चेस्ट पे इस तरह
Okay, chest expansion parameters.
और 3 3 3 अभी कौन 3 3 3 हाँ अभी हाँ अभी कौन 3 अच्छा ये आपने पूरे तरीके से आपने साइड पे कर लेना है, इसको कहते हैं मूवमेंट करेंगे वो आपका हो जाएगा। अब हम अगले स्टेप क्या करते हैं, पहले हम इंस्पेक्शन करेंगे, इंस्पेक्शन का काम कर गया, उसके बाद हमने इसकी फाउंडेशन आपको करके करते हैं। अब आगे परकशन में आपने जाना परकस परकस आपने कैसे करना है, मैंने वैसे बता रहा हूं किसी भी इंटरकॉस्टल स्पेस में आपने इस तरह रखनी है अपना हाथ, आप ये वाली इंटरकॉस्टल स्पेस के अंदर आए, ये वाली इंटरकॉस्टल स्पेस के अंदर आए, उसके बाद आपने मूवमेंट या मिडिल फिंगर को ये जो दरमियान बन रहा है इसमें मारना है, ठीक है इस तरह। मैं आपको चीज समझ रहा हूं जब आप परकस करें या फिर परकस करें आपने जब एक साइड पे किया उसी पे दूसरी साइड पे करना है, फिर आपने इधर आना है इंटरकॉस्टल स्पेस में वहां पे आपने रखनी दूसरी साइड इसमें फिर आप इसके नीचे किसी डॉक्टर के पास बता दी कि आपने चेस्ट को एग्जामिन करना है पोस्टीरियर ऑफ चेस्ट आस्कल्टेशन का एंटीरियर ऑफ चेस्ट स्टार्ट करनी है मूवमेंट है इसे आप इस साइड इस साइड इसके बाद इसे अगला चरण आस्कल्टेशन का एंटीरियर ऑफ चेस्ट आस्कल्टेशन में आपको डॉक्टर किसी डॉक्टर के पास बता दी थी कि आपने चेस्ट को स्टेथोस्कोप की मदद से कैसे आस्कल्टेट करना है। अच्छा जी उसके बाद आपने पेशेंट को आपके बैठे हैं पेशेंट को दिखा लिया है, हमने एंटीरियर ऑफ चेस्ट कर दी थी, अब हमने एग्जामिन करना है पोस्टीरियर ऑफ चेस्ट। सबसे पहले पेशेंट को आपको पता है हमारा पहला स्टेप है इंस्पेक्शन, हमने पेशेंट को देखना है कि कोई डिफॉर्मिटी कोई विजुअल वेरिएशन कोई स्कार है कोई इंजरी का निशान नहीं है, क्या जो बैक ऑफ चेस्ट है वो इक्वली लाइन एंड फाल हो रही है या नहीं हो रही, आपकी इंस्पेक्शन कंप्लीट हो जाएगी। उसके बाद अगला स्टेप है पाल्पेशन। पाल्पेशन में बैक ऑफ चेस्ट पूछना है कि आपको कहीं पेन नहीं है, अगर पेन नहीं है उसके बाद क्या कहना है आपने अब चेस्ट एक्सपेंशन करनी है बैक से, वैसे ही आपने इसका मैथ करके पेशेंट कहने गहरा सांसें, ठीक है। जब पेशेंट गहरा सांस ले तो आपने जो हाथ में होते हैं उनके मूवमेंट्स को देखना है, उसके बाद पेशेंट गहरा सांस लेने मूवमेंट कैसे कर लिया हमने सेम चीज पेशेंट को कहना है कि आपने नहीं करना दोबारा कौन नहीं दोबारा कहो बी 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 अभी इस तरह आपने मूवमेंट को चेक किया। अब आपने पेशेंट तकलीफ होगी, अब अगला सवाल है पेशेंट के लिए आपने जो मैंने बैक ऑफ चेस्ट को आंसर ये नहीं बताया कि आपने अपने हाथों में शोल्डर से रखना है और पेशेंट के हैंड आगे झुकाना है, इसी तरह आप कह रहे हैं अपने हाथों में शोल्डर से रखना है आगे झुकाना है। जब पेशेंट को करेगा पेशेंट सेंटर लाइन हो जाएंगे ये नीचे वाला एरिया हो जाएगा। अब आपने परीक्षा कैसे करेंगे आपने ध्यान देनी है ठीक है और यहाँ पे करना है प्रयास सिमिलर दूसरे पे फिर नीचे हमको अपने शोल्डर से रखिए तो आपने हाथ में पहले हम बैक ऑफ चेस्ट पूछा कि आपको कहीं पेन नहीं है, अगर पेन नहीं है तो क्या कहना है आपने अब चेस्ट एक्सटेंशन करनी है बैक से, वैसे ही आपने इसका नाम करके पेशेंट कहने गहरा सांसें, ठीक है। जब पेशेंट गहरा सांस लेगा तो आपने जो हाथ नीचे होते हैं उनके मूवमेंट को देखना है, उसके बाद पेशेंट गहरा सांस लेकर मूवमेंट करके चेक किया हमने सेम चीज पेशेंट को कहना है कि आपने नहीं करना दोबारा और नहीं दोबारा कहो
आपने 3 3 बोला 3 3 3 3 अब ये फ्रंट पे डालना ये अपनी किया था तो पीछे से आगे नहीं नीचे प्रोटेक्शन की बारी में क्रॉस करते हैं आगे तो पीछे से आगे नहीं नीचे 3 3 3 बोला है 3 3 प्रोटेक्शन की बारी में पेशेंट अपने एक तो बैंड करते हैं ऐसा नहीं है प्रोटेक्शन किया
वैसे ही आपने हमने नीचे को देखना है कोई क्वालिटी कोई रिजल्ट जो है आप इस तरह अगर नहीं है ठीक है जब पेशेंट गला सामने है तो आपने जो बात हम उसी तरह से कह रहे हैं कि आपने नहीं कहने वाला और नहीं भाई कहो अभी 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 इस तरह आपने टेस्ट को भी करेगा अब आप यहाँ पर पेशेंट को होगी अब बड़ा सारा पेशेंट का पेशेंट के लिए आपने डिस्प्ले माना वो करेंगे ये नीचे वाला देगा एक्सपोज हो जाएगा नहीं छोटे से करने वाली तो है जब पेशेंट को करेगा पेशेंट इसके अंदर छोटे रहेंगे ये नीचे वाला देगा एक्सपोज हो जाएगा अब आपने ये पेशेंट पेशेंट आपने यहाँ पे ठीक है और यहाँ पे पेशेंट सिमिलर दूसरे पे फिर नीचे इसी तरह से यहाँ पे पेशेंट हो जाएगी इसी तरह से यहाँ पे पेशेंट हो जाएगी उसके बाद आप बताया हुआ है कि इसी पोजीशन में लेके जाना है उसके बाद आपने बैक को कहना है आसपास थे साथ साथ यहाँ पे साइड ऑफ चेस्ट है उनको भी कर रहे हैं आप जैसे
Practice coordinator, then just. Fleximeter. Apnea, normal breathing, tachypnea, fast breathing, apnea, no breathing, dyspnea, difficulty. Fluid cavity, bronchitis. Narrowing of the space.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, ये हमारे पास है स्टूडेंट स्पाइरल। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, ये हमारे पास है स्टूडेंट स्पाइरल है। अब हम इसके पार्ट्स की बात कर लेते हैं। सबसे पहले हम इसकी बात करते हैं चैम्बर्स की। इसमें हमारे पास ना 2 मेन चैम्बर्स हैं। नीचे वाला जो बड़ा है ये हमारे पास है रेक्टेंगुलर चैम्बर, और जो ये ऊपर है जिसने इन्फ्लेटेड डिफ्लेट ये मूव करना है बेसिकली ये हमारे पास इन्वर्टेड चैम्बर है। ठीक है, उसके बाद इसकी हम ट्यूब्स की बात कर लेते हैं। ये हमारे पास कोरुगेटेड ट्यूब्स ऑफ स्पाइरोमीटर। ये जो 2 हैं ये हमारे पास ज्वाइन होती हैं माउथ पीस के साथ, इसको हम टी ट्यूब भी कहते हैं क्योंकि इसकी टी शेप होती है। इसके ऊपर हमारे पास माउथ पीस होता है जो कि जहाँ से पर्सन ने जो है इसमें इनहेल करना होता है। उसके बाद ये दूसरी जो कोरुगेटेड ट्यूब होती है ये हमारे पास अटैच होती है सोडा लाइन चैम्बर के साथ, और इस सोडा लाइन चैम्बर के अंदर जो है हमारी कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड जाएगी। ये इसमें हमारे पास 2 ड्रेनेज पाइप्स हैं, एक ये और एक ये। एक से हमारे पास ऑक्सीजन ड्रेन होगी और एक से हमारे पास वाटर ड्रेन होगा। अब ये वाला चैम्बर है ना, इसके अंदर आता है हम वाटर डालते हैं, और अगर इसके ऊपर देखें तो इसकी जो टोटल कैपेसिटी होती है वो टोटल 9 लीटर्स की होती है। ठीक है, उसके बाद यहाँ पर हमारे पास एक लीवर अटैच होता है जिसके ऊपर पेन लगा हुआ होता है, जो कि इस काइमोग्राफ के ऊपर जो है जैसे जैसे स्पाइरोमीटर जो है वो मूव करता है विद रेस्पिरेशन, तो वो पेन मूव करके स्पाइरल इसके आएगा। तो है ना, मूवमेंट को ना कंट्रोल रखना होता है कि बहुत ज़्यादा या बहुत कम मूवमेंट ना हो जाए। दूसरा इसमें ये इन कोरुगेटेड ट्यूब्स वाले माउथ पीस के साथ जो है forceful exercise.
ये फ्रॉग हार्ट का प्रैक्टिकल है फ्रॉग हार्ट प्रैक्टिकल जी ऑन द काइमोग्राफ ऑफ अब्दुल वहाब द हार्ट
This piece of cardboard.
ये हमारे पास स्पाइरोमीटर है, इसके इस वाले पूरे पोर्शन को ट्रंक कहते हैं, बड़ा सा पूरा ट्रंक है और यहाँ पे डिफरेंट चीज़ें इसके साथ अटैच हुई हैं। ये वाला जो मूव करता है इसको हम कहते हैं ओपन फ्लोर, इसको कहते हैं ओपन फ्लोर, जो कि इसकी मदद से ऊपर नीचे जो है वो जाते हैं। इसके कोने पे स्केल लगा हुआ है जिसकी मदद से हम देखते हैं कि इसके अंदर कितनी ऑक्सीजन एयर वगैरह फिल है। ये यहाँ से हम जो है ऑक्सीजन इसके अंदर डालते हैं, तकरीबन 2 लीटर ऑक्सीजन इसके अंदर डालते हैं। ये हमारा पाइप है जिससे वाटर जो है बाहर आता है। तकरीबन इस ड्रम के अंदर तकरीबन 9 लीटर जो है वाटर होता है और यहाँ पे ये जो है जब उसको एटमॉस्फेरिक पे करते हैं तो फिर इसके अंदर जो है वो 5 लीटर ऑफ एयर यहाँ से जाती है। ये हमारा 2 पोजिशन टैप है क्योंकि यहाँ पे 2 पाइप्स हैं एंड ये हमारा 16 लीटर का कंटेनर है जिसके अंदर जो है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एब्जॉर्ब होती है। ये कोरुगेटेड रबर ट्यूबिंग है सारी। यहाँ पे ये ब्लैक वाला हमारा माउथ, ये वाला हमारा एयर वॉल है। यहाँ इसके ऊपर जो है हमारे पास एक थर्मोमीटर होता है।
While setting the going to perform today is principal capacity of the volume apparatus. The subject as I is quite flammable. Now we will see the apparatus. This is the whole apparatus which is used for the spirometry. This is the spirometer and this is chronograph. As I told you earlier, there is a machine on which the paper is on which the graph is taken. So this is chronograph. This is the page attached for the graph, and we change the speed of the chronograph from here, from this lever. Now we'll see the spirometer. There is this main tank, and this is the open float. There is a thermometer attached at the top of the open float. There is a pointer at the end of which there is a pen in which we fill the ink for recording the graph. There are different other parts. This is the counterweight which we use to balance this float after filling the gas inside this apparatus. There is total of 9 liters space in this apparatus. We fill 5 liters of air and 2 liters of oxygen in this, which we will discuss later. Okay, there is a soda lime container which absorbs the moisture and carbon dioxide inhaled in the breathing process. There are different pipes. This is the T-tube at the end of which there is a mouthpiece attached which subject will keep in the mouth for breathing. This is the reason which what I was talking about. There are two options on it. There is a spirometer and atmosphere. While we are setting the apparatus, we will keep the lever at atmosphere, and while the subject is breathing, we will keep the lever at spirometer. There are two drains. There is a water drain for which is used for draining water which is filled inside this water tank, and there is oxygen drain, oxygen pipe which is used to fill the oxygen while before we start the practical. For setting separators, first of all you will fill this water tank till this water level. After that you have to fill 5 liters of air and 2 liters of oxygen, total of 7 liters in this float. This is the water level. You have to set the pointer to 0. You have to move it up and set it to 0 as the float is completely in the lowest position. After that you will fill the air in the spirometer by moving the lever from atmosphere to spirometer and pulling the float upwards. After you have filled 5 liters of air, you will then move the knob back to the atmosphere. Now you have to fill 2 liters of oxygen. You will use this oxygen pipe and fill the oxygen from the oxygen cylinder by attaching this pipe to the pipe of this apparatus. Now I have filled the oxygen, and you can see the float is at 7 liters now. After that you have to move this lever to the spirometer and move this counter weight upwards or downwards by opening this screw to balance this float at 7 liters. Before balancing, if you move this knob to spirometer, the float can move either upwards or downwards if it is not balanced by this counterweight. So when you maintain the level at which it doesn't move upward or downward while at spirometer, this will be the point where you have to let the apparatus set. After that, you have
crazy.
to fill this pen at the end of this pointer. You have to fill this pen with the ink. You have to put a page on this chymograph and set this chymograph at number 3. At number 3, you will get the speed 1 millimeters per second. The chymograph drum will rotate at the speed of 1 millimeter per second at the setting of 3. One last thing that you have to see is the scale. To obtain the scale, you have to move this lever to the spirometer and keeping this pen at the graph paper, you have to push this float for 1 liter. After you push this float 1 liter down, you will see there is a line on this. You have to move this is the scale. To obtain the scale, you will set it at the setting of 3. One last thing that you have to see is the scale. To obtain the scale, you have to move this lever to the spirometer and keeping this pen at the graph paper, you have to push this float for 1 liter. After you push this float 1 liter down, you will see there is a line on this graph paper. You have to calculate the squares, how much squares the pointer has moved, and this will be your scale. Most of the times this 1 liter moves 5 small squares, and that is equal to 1 liter. So before starting the procedure, you have to let the subject sit comfortably in front of the apparatus. You will now instruct the subject how he will perform the procedure. अस्सलाम वालेकुम. आपको जब मैं कहूँगा आपने ये वाला माउथ पीस अपने मुंह में रखना है और ये नोज क्लिप है ये अपनी नाक पे लगा लेनी है. इसके बाद आपने नॉर्मल सांस लेते रहना है और थोड़ी देर के बाद तकरीबन 3-4 बार सांस नॉर्मल लेने के बाद आपने जोर से सांस अंदर की तरफ खींचना है और फिर नॉर्मल सांस लेना शुरू कर देना है. फिर 3-4 दफ़ा नॉर्मल सांस लेने के बाद और फिर नॉर्मल सांस नॉर्मल लेने के बाद आपने ज़ोर से सांस अंदर की तरफ खींचना है और फिर नॉर्मल सांस लेना शुरू कर देना है. फिर 3-4 दफ़ा नॉर्मल सांस लेने के बाद ज़ोर से सांस आपने बाहर की तरफ निकालना है और फिर 3-4 दफ़ा नॉर्मल सांस लेना है. फिर एक दफ़ा ज़ोर से सांस अंदर खींच के और पूरा सांस जितना आप सांस बाहर निकाल सकते हैं वो निकालना है ताकि हम आपके फेफड़ों का जो काम करने का फंक्शन वगैरह सारा कुछ चेक कर सकें. Now when the subject will keep this mouthpiece in his mouth, you will move this lever from atmosphere to spirometer to let him breathe, and you will then turn on this machine chymograph for letting the paper rotate and obtaining the graph. आप ये माउथ पीस अपने मुंह में रखें चेक कर सकें. Now when the subject will keep this mouthpiece in his mouth, you will move this lever from atmosphere to spirometer to let him breathe, and you will then turn on this machine chymograph for letting the paper rotate and obtaining the graph. आप ये माउथ पीस अपने मुंह में रखें, नोज क्लिप लगा लें और जिस तरह से मैंने आपको बताया कि सांस लेना है उस तरह लेना है जब मैं आपको कहूँगा. Now you will move the apparatus to spirometer and turn on the machine. अब आप सांस लेना शुरू करें. नॉर्मल सांस लें पहले. जोर से सांस अंदर की तरफ लें. अब नॉर्मल सांस लें. जोर से सांस बाहर की तरफ निकालें. ठीक है. अब जोर से सांस अंदर की तरफ खींच के और फिर बाहर की तरफ निकालें. ठीक है. अब नॉर्मल सांस लें. दिस इज द here and here. For the edge of microscope, you will turn the objective lens at 4x and place the cover slip on the new boss slide. See pipette with the blood up till the mark 0.5. After filling it with the blood till the 0.5 mark, you will fill the RBC fluid to the mark 101. The does not get. This will be filled to the mark. After filling, you will hold the pipette in first 2 fingers and place its tip at the palm. You will mix it in this motion. Now you will discard 2 drops of blood, and then you will charge the slide by placing the pipette at 45-degree angle at the tip of cover slip. This will charge the new boss slide.
It's 3,000 plus 500, 3,500, 4,600, 4,600. Brilliant Crystal Blue. It is 0.1 milligram. Its function is to stain the platelet. Then we have 3.8 grams of sodium citrate. This is prevents the blood from clotting. $4 million. 0.2 ml antifungal. Brilliant Crystal Blue 0.1 ml stains the platelet. Sodium citrate prevents clotting. 20 grams. Reese-Ecker solution. Oh. $25 millimeters per second. How do we adjust it? How to adjust speed of Kimo.
तो आप लोग बटन देख सकते हैं ये वाला ये हमारे पास होता है तो है इसका इलेक्ट्रिकल अप्लायंस जिसकी वजह से ये ऑन के बाद ऑन ऑफ होता है उसके बाद हमारे पास नेक्स्ट आती है ये जो हमारे पास पेज के जाके इस आप लोग देख सकते हैं ये हमारे पास होती है
Line is your oxygen or not. We'll go. This is. And if I breathe out. As you can see, as you move the air into the chamber, it goes up and out of the chamber, it goes down, into the chamber, up, out of the chamber, down, into the chamber, up, out of the chamber, down. So you can see here you've got what's called tidal volume. These are just peaks of normal breathing. If I took an extra large breath in and an extra large breath out, that's called vital capacity. So I need to start by taking a big breath in. And you can see already the peaks and the troughs are much, much bigger. They go
Lung function diagnosis. Capacity non-suitable for very sick patients. Easy if you want to be good.
ये आपके पास है काइमोग्राफ के जो पार्ट होते हैं कॉम्पोनेंट्स होते हैं सबसे पहले ये ड्रम है ये है सेंट्रल शाफ्ट ये ड्रम और ये जो चीज़ है ना इसको अगर आप ये लॉक होता है या इसको आप कह सकते हो सिलेंडर क्लैंप ये लॉक होता है जिसको अगर आप लूज कर दो इस तरह ओपन पोजीशन में तो ये आप मूव कर सकते हो बाहर ऊपर नीचे, ठीक है। ऑब्वियसली आपने इसके साथ सेट करना होगा इसकी हाइट को, तो आप इसके साथ करोगे। ये जिस तरह आपने सेट कर ली इसकी हाइट को, फिर आपको लॉक लगा दो, तो ये लॉक हो गया। सेंट्रल शाफ्ट ड्रम सिलेंडर क्लैम्प और फर्दर इसमें ये वाला जो नॉब होता है 1 रेवोल्यूशन नॉब होता है। 1 रेवोल्यूशन नॉब होता है, इसको आपने बाहर निकालना होता है बाहर की तरफ, तो ये आपका चल रहा होता है, ड्रम आपका रोटेट कर रहा होता है। लेकिन अगर आपने इसको मतलब ये स्टार्टिंग पोजीशन है इसकी, ये इस तरह रोटेट करेगा। अगर आपने इसको प्रेस कर दिया तो इसका मतलब 1 रेवोल्यूशन के बाद ये ड्रम स्टॉप हो जाएगा, ठीक है। मोटर अंदर चल रहा होगा लेकिन ये ड्रम स्टॉप हो जाएगा 1 रेवोल्यूशन के बाद। इसको आपने ज़्यादा देर तक दबा के नहीं रखना होता क्योंकि अंदर से मोटर चल रहा होता है, आपका ड्रम स्टॉप होता है, अपरेंटली आपको लगता है कि आपका टाइमोग्राफ नहीं चल रहा, अंदर से मोटर चल रहा होता है ज़्यादा देर तक। ये भी हो गया। स्पीड सेलेक्टर का मैं आपको बताती हूँ, लेकिन जब आपको आए ना टाइमोग्राफ का एक्सपेरिमेंट तो सबसे पहले आपने एक चीज़ देखनी होती है कि इसका मेन पावर सप्लाई इसको आपने दी हुई है या नहीं दी हुई। कि अक्सर ये बंद होता है, आपने इसको सबसे पहले यहाँ से खोलना होता है, उसके बाद
1 मिलीमीटर पर सेकंड उसमें होता है।
स्विच है ऑन ऑफ बटन, ये ठीक है, ऑन कर दिया। यहाँ से यहाँ पे आ जाता है इंडिकेटिंग लाइट, लैंप पे लाइट ऑन हो जाती है, ठीक है। तो ग्रीन लाइट आ जाएगी, इसके बाद आपका टाइमोग्राफ ऑन है, ठीक है। पहले मेन सप्लाई पावर सप्लाई दी थी, इसके बाद स्विच ऑन किया, इसका ऑन ऑफ बटन, फिर पावर सप्लाई आ गया। अब स्पीड सेलेक्ट करते हैं कि ये ड्रम चल रहा है आपका, इसको ये ओपन है तो ये चल रहा है। अगर मैं इसको बंद करूँगी तो 1 रेवोल्यूशन के बाद ये स्टॉप हो जाएगा, ठीक है। लेकिन आपको इसका कोई काम नहीं है, तो आपने बस इसको खुले ही रखना होता है। ये स्पीड सेलेक्ट इस तरह करते हैं कि ये स्पीड सेलेक्टर होता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल रैबिट के एक्सपेरिमेंट के लिए हम 0.01 मिलीमीटर पर सेकेंड स्पीड सेलेक्ट होती है, लेकिन ये हल्का सा मूव कर रहा होता है, इसमें बंद कर दिया, सॉरी, ये इसमें बहुत हल्का सा मूव मिलीमीटर पर सेकेंड। और रैबिट की मेथड होता है दैट वी डोंट
फिर से मल्टीप्लायर, तो अगर हमें 1 मिलीमीटर पर सेकंड जाना है तो 0.1 मल्टीप्लाई बाय 10 1 मिलीमीटर पर सेकंड हो जाएगा। और अगर मैं 25 में आना है तो लूँ 1 और 25।
और ये जो है कॉन्टैक्ट ये इलेक्ट्रोड्स के लिए होता है दैट वी डोंट यूज। इसके अलावा आप हाँ, और मैं कह रही थी कि अगर ये आपका ड्रम निकला हुआ
1 मिलीमीटर पर सेकंड, ठीक है, 25 मिलीमीटर पर सेकंड। The maximum amount of air by forced expiration is possible. Reduce appearance of sounds. $80 to $85. साढ़े 3 लीटर 80% हो गया ना. Forced vital capacity decreased. Maximal mid explosion. Velocity wave flow that can be using a force radiation is velocity wave. Fasting state. There is no leakage of air. Make sure there is no leakage of air. Explain the detail to the subject. No fire near it. Fasting state. Okay, so it should be done in the fasting state. There should be no fire near it. There should be everything. No leakage of gas. Fasting state. ठीक है. Maximum velocity of what they can be used in force creation.
Could I just confirm your name and age, peak flow rate? It'll just help us assess how well your asthma is controlled at the moment.
Okay.
Okay, Simon, in terms of setting up the equipment, the important aspects are to ensure that the mouthpiece is inserted into the peak flow meter and to ensure that the dial is set to 0. Now that you've got your equipment set up, Simon, there's some important aspects of the technique to remember. These are to ensure that you sat up nice and straight, to take a nice deep breath in as far as you can, to ensure that your lips are sealed around the mouthpiece, and to breathe out as hard and as fast as you can. Okay?
Okay.
And now I'm going to demonstrate.
Sit up straight, take it as deep of a breath as possible. Tight seal. That's fine.
Okay?
Okay.
You then need to look at the reading you get on the flow meter. Okay? Was that all quite clear?
I think so, yeah.
Brilliant.
To 0. Breathe out.
That's a reading score of 700. To finish, we just need to take another 2 readings.
Put the gloves on. The maximum velocity of flow rate. So the spirometry, patient has to be fasting 2 hours before it. Make sure there's not anything flammable. Make sure the patient understands everything properly, and you have to make sure there's no leakage of air. Okay. Upright posture, Blitten. Liters per minute. 400 to 600 liters. 400 to 600 liters per minute. Not obstructing the pointer. The lamp done. We have brilliant crystal blue, which stains the platelets. It's 0.1 milligrams. We have sodium citrate, which is an anticoagulant, prevents coagulation, and it brings in the isotonic environment. It's 3.8 grams. And then we have formalin, which is 0.2 milliliters milliliters. And this is an antifungal. And then we have distilled water, 100 ml. That's for platelets. Sally's acid hematin method, hemoglobin converted. Hemoglobin concentration 14 to 18 gram per deciliter, for 12 to 16 gram per deciliter of blood. Method Sally's hematin method, we have cyanohemoglobin method, cyanmethemoglobin method, we have Haldane's carboxyhemoglobin method, Haldane's method, oxyhemoglobin method, Douglas method. Sally's 20%, ठीक है, prick your finger, da da da. -20 0.02 ml is the
Hemoglobin ordinary in acid, water, rubbing alcohol, chloric acid, hemoglobin 2, rubbing off. Fill the hemoglobin 2 till the 2 gram percent mark with 0.1 normal hydrochloric acid. Using the hemoglobin pipette, draw the blood sample up to the 20 mark. Tube containing hydrochloric acid and stir the contents between the color comparison tubes. Now, position the tube in between the color comparison tubes. Add distilled water dropwise to the tube till the 1 milliliter of
the present of organic disease. Westergren's method. RBCs settle. It is the rate at which the RBCs in anticoagulated blood are allowed to settle. Gravity. Westergren's method or Wintroll's method? Percentage volume of blood occupied by RBCs. Hematocrit.
in my reader training, but the instructor as well. But here's how it is 0. So, and you're gonna place where the plasma is with the line. So 0 and the iodine detection, and then reads the hematocrit.
Percentage volume of blood occupied by RBCs. Heme solution, sodium chloride is 1 ml, 1 gram. Oh no. Sodium chloride, this maintains the osmolarity. Sodium sulfate is 5 grams, that prevents aggregation of RBCs. Antifungal. Blood cell count times 10,000. Glacial acetic acid, gentian, violet, percent solution, analysis of RBCs without affecting white blood cells, multiply by 50. Okay, white blood cells, you multiply that by 50. Leishman stain is for differential leukocyte count. हम एक ब्लड स्मीयर बनाते हैं वैसे, फिर उसके ऊपर लीशमैन स्टेन जाते हैं 20 to 30. Non-lobulated. Dilution. 11 मार्क तक 0.5 और फिर 11 मार्क तक करना है. Leishman is methylene blue, eosin, methyl alcohol. We have Reese-Ecker solution. Reese-Ecker, brilliant concentrate formalin. I think I'm done, bro. Alhamdulillah. We are done. We are done. Finished. What a day.